Chapter 244. A loud roar shook the entire Sin domain. A portion of the star power dispersed in all directions. Luckily, it was only the gentle Tai Chi power. Yin and Yang had already been swallowed and would not be exposed. After roaring, the 6 golden creatures shrank back to where they came from. They returned to the white clouds, back into Jiang Changkong's body. These were his 6 power tattoos. After stepping into the advanced level, the earth-shattering changes began. Among the 7 Stargate, the 6 power patterns returned and entered his body. The returning power patterns fused into every corner of his body, and he slowly stood up. The fleshly body opened its mouth and sucked all the star power into its mouth. He absorbed the endless star power and fused it with his body, forming a star embryo. This was the star embryo realm. The star power that entered his body entered every inch of his skin, refining his body, and the 2 quickly fused. Star power, blood chi, fused as one and became one. Then this power surged out of his body, rushed out of the Stargate, and flowed into his limbs. Crack! The sound of bones cracking was heard, and Jiang Changkong's skin split open, and golden blood flowed out. The golden bone fragments, along with the blood, rushed out of his body. Changing blood, changing bones. The star power fused with every cell. This was the transformation of life, the sublimation of the essence. The 6 power patterns were like divine dragons, coiling around his body. A terrifying cold chi appeared on the left side of Jiang Changkong's body, and a golden sun appeared on the right side. The 2 extreme powers coexisted peacefully, and a Tai Chi diagram was in the middle. The Tai Chi diagram slowly rotated, and the 2 powers also rotated, becoming the Tai Yin on the right and the Tai Chi diagram on the left. The Tai Yin sword actually appeared from the hidden star ring and swallowed the Tai Yin power. The white clouds in the sky also changed from the dark at the beginning. It gradually became lighter, and then became a special white cloud. The formless star power spread everywhere, and a strange feeling surfaced in his mind. The sand, the sky, the discarded blood, and the star demon's corpse in the distance. Everything around him appeared clearly in his mind. When the discarded blood and bone fragments were all discharged, new blood was replaced. Jiang Changkong slowly opened his eyes. All the changes stopped. The white clouds dissipated and the power was retracted. In the Stargate, the body of flesh and blood condensed into a miniature version of him. Was this the legendary nascent soul? He checked his own stats. Jiang Changkong, early stage star embryo. High tier, lower grade martial art. 3-foot golden body. Entry 1/50,000 Tai Chi Yin Yang art. Beginner 1/50,000 domineering saber. Initiated 1/50,000 Holy Sun art. Initiated 1/50,000 Soul Governing art. Beginner 1/50,000 Bright Moon skill. Initiated 1/50,000 White Cloud 9-fold Sutra. Initiated 1/50,000 Essence, Energy, Spirit. 2941155. For looking at the remaining essence, energy, and spirit, Jiang Changkong was not in a hurry to improve it. He first comprehended the changes in his cultivation technique. The indestructible Vajra divine art had been upgraded to a 3-meter golden body. Regrowing severed limbs and instant recovery were not a problem at all. His healing ability was comparable to a celestial body martial artist. Even if his head was chopped off, it could still grow back. However, whoever could chop off his head could definitely kill him. It was better not to think about this. The biggest change was still the power pattern, which had transformed into the power dragon. 6 power patterns were enough to kill an early-stage star embryo martial artist of the same level. Moreover, the power pattern could also absorb spiritual power and burst out with terrifying power. Moreover, there was an additional secret technique that could burst out a 3-meter golden body. It was pure power and doubled the defense. Next was the Tai Chi mysterious art, which became the Tai Chi Yin Yang art. Its main purpose was to divide yin and yang. It was no longer the Tai Chi diagram, but it could separate yin and yang. Now he could use the Tai sword technique and the blazing sun saber technique. This martial art had increased his strength by more than one level. Next was the graceful 3 strokes. The upgraded domineering saber was even more terrifying. It was still the same 3 strokes. The domineering saber inherited the speed from before. It was silent, traceless, and killed people without injuring them. It completely suppressed people with its strength. When the saber went down, it did not cut people in half, but turned them into powder from the inside. Next was the blazing sun technique, which became the Holy Sun technique. The Holy Sun technique had extremely strong healing and killing abilities. Under the illumination of the Holy Sun, it could grow all things and also kill all things. The moves didn't change. It was still the same 3 strokes: the blazing sun, and the setting sun. The footwork was still the mysterious sun step, but it was more complicated and terrifying. As for the Yuling art, the evolved, God-governing art, it was a terrifying martial art. It targeted the soul. If he wanted to, he could pull a person's soul out of his body. With the God-governing art, he could leave his body and travel spiritually. He was more and more suspicious that this was an immortal cultivation art. Also, wherever the God-governing art star power passed, everything would appear clearly in his mind as if he was there personally, except that he couldn't hear anything. The cold moon art had evolved into the bright moon art. Just like the blazing sun technique, the moves and footwork didn't change, but it was more powerful and complicated. The 9 heavens, 9 clouds art had evolved into the white cloud 9-layer sutra, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. It could greatly suppress the moon and the sun. Even if he didn't use the Tai Chi mysterious art, he could still separate the moon and the sun in his body and coexist peacefully. Under the white clouds, the sun and moon lost their light. Jiang Changkong closed his eyes and felt that every cell in his body was filled with the star power of the 7 martial arts, coexisting peacefully. I should improve while I still can. Jiang Changkong thought for a while and upgraded the 7 martial arts to the middle stage of the star embryo realm. This breakthrough didn't cause a huge commotion. Jiang Changkong also suppressed the fluctuations on purpose. Jiang Changkong. Middle stage star embryo realm high tier low grade martial art. 3-foot golden body. Initial success 1/30,000 Tai Chi Yin Yang art. Initial success 1/30,000 Tyrant Saber. Initial success 1/30,000 Holy Sun art. Initial success 1/30,000 God Governing art. Initial success 1/30,000 Bright Moon art. Initial success 1/30,000 White Cloud 9-layer Sutra. Initial success 1/30,000 Essence, Energy and Spirit. 2591155. For his strength, soared again. The star embryo in his body also became stronger and taller. It increased by 6 times. Never mind. It looks like I can still improve it. I'll improve it all at once. I'll think about how much I need in the future. Jiang Changkong gritted his teeth and increased his strength again. He went straight to the late-stage star embryo realm. He could only get more star stones when he became stronger. Moreover, he entered the void realm with his late-stage star embryo strength. If he didn't use his star body, who could be his match? Jiang Changkong, late-stage star embryo realm high tier, low-grade martial art. 3-foot golden body. Deshang 1/180000 Tai Chi Yin Yang art. Deshang 1/180000 Tyrant Saber. Deshang 1/180000 Holy Sun art. Deshang 1/180000 God Governing art. Deshang 1/180000 Bright Moon art. Deshang 1/180000 White Cloud 9-layer Sutra. Deshang 1/180000 Essence, Energy and Spirit. 491155. For inch it's been a day. Jiang Changkong looked up at the sky. It was already dark. A day had passed. I promised to give them 3 days, so I'll give them 3 days. Jiang Changkong stepped into the void. This time, he didn't need to use the God-governing art. He could fly in the air as if it was instinct. 3 days was considered as giving them hope. If they could find it, then let them fight for it. That was also considered as him taking care of them, right? If they couldn't find it, he would make a move and flatten the sinful realm. At the same time, he would also find that thing underground. With his strength, he should be able to beat them all. The one from the Immortal Palace probably wasn't an astral body martial artist. Astral body martial artists were considered the top in the void realm. They probably wouldn't let an astral body martial artist take the risk. He went to the beach. The commotion caused by the breakthrough just now had probably scared those geniuses. He had to comfort their weak hearts. Chapter 245. Chiang Kai-sheng, you're finally back. A group of people gathered together and looked around anxiously. Upon realizing that Jiang Changkong had returned, they immediately went forward to welcome him. What's wrong with all of you? Why haven't you made a move? Jiang Changkong was confused, even if we're frightened. It shouldn't be to this extent, right? Chiang Kai-sheng, did you not notice the commotion today? It's a high-level creature. The entire Sin domain is shaking. Furthermore, it has appeared once, and there are 6 of them. That's too terrifying. They did not appear at other times, but now it must be because we wanted to break through the Sin domain and angered him. We cannot break through the Sin domain. Chiang Kai-sheng, let's change to another method. A group of martial artists spoke up. Their faces were filled with unconcealable fear. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. You guys are such geniuses? Heaven's pride? He quietly looked at the Heaven's pride. Heaven's pride from the large powerhouses. Heaven's pride from the Federation. You only have this much guts? Chiang Kai-sheng, you are powerful. Even an initial stage star embryo might not be able to do anything to you, but we are different. A martial artist said in fear. High-level creatures. Even if they have just stepped into the high level, they can kill us with one finger. That's right. We are all here to reap the harvest. There's no need to throw our lives away. I don't care about the Sin Medallion and Starstones. I just want to return safely. All right, stop talking. Jiang Changkong said coldly, his voice resounding in everyone's ears. I've seen that place. There's no big problem. You've seen it? There's no big problem. What's with the 6 golden dragons? All of you shut up. It's so messy. How am I going to explain it to all of you? Jiang Changkong snorted and said impatiently, everyone shut up once again and focused their gaze on him. Jiang Changkong placed his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. Let me organize my thoughts first. Let me think. How can I weave a story to fool everyone? The group did not dare make a sound and waited for his explanation. He couldn't mention high-level creatures, and he couldn't mention anything taboo either. There was only one excuse left. Thinking of this, he said, it's like this. Everything you see is fake. Fake? How is this possible? Nan Wuyang and the others were stunned. How could it be fake? That was a high-leveled creature that shook the entire Sin domain. The space had almost shattered. It could not be fake. In fact, it was caused by a huge star formation. Think about Jin Qin. He can even create a high-level protective shield. It shouldn't be difficult for him to create a star formation, right? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. They definitely know that we want to break through the Sin domain. That way, they won't be able to hide anymore. You're saying that they're doing this on purpose because they're worried that we'll find them? Nan Wuyang and the others hastily asked. Yes, but what I find strange is that they have such a star formation and a high-level protective shield. Why don't they take the initiative to attack? Jiang Changkong looked at Ji Qingyue and made a guess. I'll make a bold guess. They're definitely hiding something and don't want us to know. As for not coming out, that's simple. Master in Shanha is watching from outside the island. They can only use Jinqin to deal with us. Ji Qingyue's expression changed slightly as he said thoughtfully, "That's right. It must be a star formation. If it's really a high-leveled creature, Mastern would have already entered." Yao Chan explained in her fluttering red dress. I see. These bastards, they want to scare me away?" The group of people suddenly came to a realization and finally understood. Jiang Changkong rolled his eyes. Understood my ass. As for why Shanha did not appear, he did not know either. With his strength, it would seriously affect the balance. Even if Shanha did not take him away, he would at least come out and say a few words. Moreover, they wanted to break through the Sin domain and destroy it, but Shanha did not appear to stop them. Did he not care about the Sin domain, or was he already gone? "What are you thinking about?" A faint fragrance wafted over. Jiang Changkong woke up from his thoughts. It was Yao Chan, nothing. "I have something to tell you. Let's go to the side," Yao Chan said. Then, she took the lead and walked to the side. The two of them walked side by side on the beach. They stepped on the sand and the seawater flowed over their feet. "That's not a star formation, right?" Yao Chan said indifferently, "I can still tell if it's a star formation or not." Jiang Changkong said indifferently, "What are you trying to say?" "If we encounter any danger, please help us out of consideration for Yao Ming." Yao Chan's expression became solemn. "This trip to the Sin domain is more dangerous than ever. Now, only you have reached a high level of combat power. You suspect that the Immortal Palace has a high-level martial artist hiding here? He could have killed us long ago," Jiang Changkong said. Yao Chan said calmly, "I've already explained that someone is watching. Looking at the situation now, and Shanha must have been lured away by someone with an excuse." Jiang Changkong thought for a while and nodded. "That should be the case. So, we have to hurry before the other party makes a move." Yao Chan's expression became slightly solemn. Her hair fluttered with the sea breeze. "Only when we find the entrance to the space tunnel can we contact the family's high-level martial artist to come in. Okay, if the other party is not too strong, I will delay him while you contact the family's experts." Jiang Changkong smiled lightly. "Then, from now on, I will go somewhere else to take a look. If the other party comes out, I will be able to find him." "Thank you." Yao Chan cupped her hands slightly and turned to leave. Jiang Changkong flew away. This time he changed his method. Divine reigning art. The invisible star power spread rapidly with him as the center. Most of it seeped into the ground, while the rest entered the rocks and trees on the ground. Without alerting the other martial artists, Jiang Changkong suppressed the undulations to an extremely low level. It works. Jiang Changkong was slightly happy. The situation underground appeared in his mind. Some insects, mud, and everything was pitch black, but it did not affect the star power. As it seeped in, the things buried underground also appeared. The ground silently cracked open, and a pile of star stones flew out automatically and came to his side. "I will collect star stones for the next 2 days." With a smile on his face, Jiang Changkong continued to radiate his star power. As long as he didn't meet someone stronger than him, he wouldn't be able to prevent the Yuling art from spreading. Of course, he didn't go too deep, only 300 meters. This distance was about right. If there were 400 or 500 meters buried, it would be considered that the group of heavenly talents was lucky. Jiang Changkong looked at a coconut tree and waved his hand. The coconut on the tree fell. The coconut cracked open, and it was full of starstones. What a group of talents! Jiang Changkong took the starstones and continued to search. In 2 days, Jiang Changkong only spent half a day to search the entire island and found all the starstones. But he didn't find the hiding place of that group of people. In the end, he continued to explore deeper and found starstones. The heavenly talents also had 500 meters of starstones. Jiang Changkong couldn't be blamed for this. After all, those guys had hidden deeper than the starstones. The star-concealing rings of hundreds of cubic meters were filled with star stones. Did he scour the ground for 500 meters? Could it be that this group of fellows are hiding 500 meters below? That is, a touch of blood appeared in Jiang Changkong's mind. Suddenly, his head felt as if it were being pricked by needles, and he quickly withdrew all his star power. Chapter 246. What was that just now? Rubbing his head, Jiang Changkong felt a sharp pain that went straight to his soul. He only had time to see a blood-red light and a blurry silhouette that seemed to be a palace. A palace! Jiang Changkong quickly took out the tricolored stone bead. Instantly, the tricolored light flew out and entered his mind. The pain disappeared. Jiang Changkong heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was really what he was looking for. Also, the dense blood-red light. Was that the Blood Qi Palace? Of the 3 palaces, only the Blood Qi Palace matched the description of the Sun and Moon Palace. However, the image in his mind only mentioned the Blood Qi Palace, but not what it contained. It was most likely the Sun and Moon Palace. As for why it was not mentioned, he thought of a few possibilities. The first one was that the Blood Qi Palace was trash and was not worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as the other 2 palaces. The second one was that the Blood Qi Palace was too terrifying. The old man did not know much about it. He only saw it before the disaster. There was also the possibility that he did not have the time to leave a message. But no matter which one it was an extremely powerful treasure for him. This Blood Qi Palace will be hard to deal with. The tricolored stone bead dimmed again. The palace had disappeared. With his late-stage star embryo strength, he was injured just by touching it. Although it was not serious, it was troublesome. It was time to tell Yao Chan and the rest. Jiang Changkong kept the tricolored stone bead and disappeared. Rumble! A terrifying power lit up the night sky above the Sin realm. The island's beach was gone, and the barrier was covered by a layer of sand. Star power converged, and the sand turned into a sturdy wall surrounding the island. A group of Star Soul martial artists were 3,000 meters below the island, surging with star power and pushing forward. In 2 days, they had pushed less than 100,000 meters. At this rate, they would not be able to finish it in half a month. Jiang Changkong descended from the sky. The elite stopped and walked towards Jiang Changkong. "You've worked hard," Jiang Changkong said lightly. 3 days have passed. Are you going to make a move? Yao Chan frowned. "I think you should maintain your strength." Jiang Changkong said lightly. "There's something underground that can move. All of you should rest." "Something underground is moving? Is it that group of criminals?" The prodigies hurriedly asked. "No, it's something strange. I only vaguely saw that it was a palace," Jiang Changkong said. "Palace." Many of the heavens chosen were stunned. "Impossible. How can there be a palace in the Sin domain? It can even move?" "I'm not sure either. That palace was very strange. I only encountered it once, and I was lightly injured." Jiang Changkong explained. "All of you be careful. Tell everyone to retreat." There was nothing he could do. The power of the Blood Qi Palace had exceeded his expectations. Initially, Zhang Xian had thought that he would be able to take everything for himself after stepping into the late stage of the star embryo realm. However, from the looks of it now, it was no longer possible. Since that was the case, he would let everyone know that it was impossible for him to kill everyone here for a palace. Many cultivators stopped and looked at Jiang Changkong strangely. The outstanding talents did not tell him what exactly was going on. Since the Blood Qi Palace could injure Jiang Changkong, it was obvious what kind of treasure it was. These prodigies were all looking forward to it. Jiang Changkong ate the meat and they could drink the soup, right? Everyone pushed away, and Nan Wuyang took out his sword. "Do you want it?" "No need." Jiang Changkong waved his hand. His weapon was not bad, but it was still at the 6th level. It could not bear his star power. He raised his palm, and the blazing sun star power surged out. A destructive force spread out. Everyone looked at the star power in fear. Everywhere the star power passed, everything disappeared. That's right, it was disappearing. Completely disappearing. The 3,000-meter tall ground disappeared without a sound. There was not even a speck of dust. It was as if it had never existed. The star power was still spreading. The surrounding ground disappeared. Everyone looked at this scene, and their minds went blank. There were no screams or panic. There was only emptiness. There were no thoughts. They were scared out of their wits. Damn it, are you here to bully us? In the blink of an eye, everything within a 10,000-meter radius disappeared. Then, another blazing sun star power lit up. This power, we seriously suspect that you did not use your full strength when you bullied Jinshin. You slashed for an entire day just to show us. Let's go. Jiang Changkong walked forward. He could cover a few hundred meters with each step. This speed could be considered as taking care of them. Everyone came to their senses and hurried to catch up. You, what level are you at exactly? Astral embryo, how did you sneak in? Are you an old monster that came in here in disguise? A group of elites caught up and asked all at once. Jiang Changkong raised his hand slightly and everyone stopped talking. I'm not as old as you. People call me a genius. Everyone. You think you can measure that by being a genius? You're clearly a freak. With a wave of his hand, everything within a 10,000-meter radius disappeared. It was as if it had evaporated. That thing is nearby. Jiang Changkong looked at his feet. We have to dig a little deeper. Ji Qingyue said anxiously, Are you really going to dig 10,000 meters? What's the limit of this astral barrier? Jiang Changkong looked up at the barrier in the sky. Nan Weiyang replied, Early stage astral body. What are you going to do? Early stage astral body. That thing keeps moving, but has never left the sinful realm. It should be inside the astral body. Jiang Changkong pondered. Don't you want to know what it is? Don't you want to share? You're willing to share with us. The elites were tempted. We're all friends. It's up to our own abilities. Jiang Changkong smiled. If it wasn't for the fact that I might not be able to eat it, why would I share with you? Jiang Changkong knew that even with the tricolored stone bead, he could not eat the palace. It was impossible to stop them from thinking about it. Besides, once the palace appeared, the Federation would be the first to know. By then, many high-level martial artists would come. Since that was the case, he would do them a favor. Let's see who could snatch it. Then let's dig. Dig, the elites said excitedly. We'll remember this. If there's really that palace, we'll owe you a favor regardless of whether we get anything. That's right. If it's really a high-level treasure, we'll owe you one. The elites all promised. Jiang Changkong laughed. He did not mind. He waited for the palace to leave before taking action. As long as the palace was still in the Sin domain, he was not afraid of it escaping. When he cleared the 10,000 m radius, no matter how the palace moved, it would not be able to escape. He raised his palm again, causing the ground to dissipate. A group of martial artists floated in the air and did not fall. Everyone was shocked at Jiang Changkong's strength. The remaining 7,000 m of ground evaporated, and a layer of gold light surfaced. It was the Sin domain's barrier. Everyone stepped onto the barrier. Jiang Changkong made his move again. A scorching sun rose, releasing boundless starlight that spread out in all directions. The ground started to evaporate. At this speed, he would be able to flatten the Sin domain in a day. That's great. Deep underground, the group of Sin domain martial artists started to panic. For the past few days, the ground had been trembling non-stop, causing them to be uneasy. What's happening outside? Could it be that the howling high-level creature is going berserk? One of the martial artists asked. The 9 of them had serious expressions as they looked at the black-robed man who was walking over. What's happening outside? Wang Ruiqing is investigating. I have already activated the surveillance system that I buried underground. There will be news soon, the black-robed man said. A middle-aged man walked over with a serious expression. Unfortunately, I have to inform everyone that we cannot hide anymore. What exactly is happening? The black-robed man stared at him. Wang Ruiqing said solemnly, "The ground is disappearing. This time, a powerful martial artist has appeared in the Sin domain. He is sweeping through the Sin domain." The black-robed man and the 9 people. Sweeping through the Sin domain. Was he out of his mind? We have been hiding here for so long, and for the Starstones, you are going to sweep through the Sin domain? Chapter 247. Everyone could not understand. Were these people crazy? It's this person. Do you know him? Wang Ruiqing took out her phone and saw the image of Jiang Changkong on it. The next second, the screen turned black. What's wrong? A martial artist frowned. The surveillance is gone. This madman evaporated everything within 10,000 meters. Wang Ruiqing tapped on her phone a few times. Look at the new surveillance footage. It's him? The man in black and the 9 people blurted out at the same time, "Jiang Changkong!" "Jiang Changkong?" Wang Ruiqing frowned slightly. Which supreme talent is he from? How could he be so terrifying? Ma Xuan glanced at him and said, "Jiang Changkong isn't someone from a major power. He's an unorthodox person who crawled out from Jianghai province." An unorthodox person is actually this terrifying. Wang Ruiqing's expression darkened. "Sir, if you want that thing now, you can only deal with Jiang Changkong first." The black-clothed man pondered for a moment and said, "How long will it take for the restrictions on their bodies to be removed?" 1 hour. Wang Ruiqing looked at the 9 of them and said, "Mo Xian said coldly, sir, even if we undo the restrictions, it is impossible for us to immediately step into the higher echelons. I've prepared medicine for all of you." The man in black said faintly, "It won't be a problem for all of you to step into the advanced level." "Thank you, my lord." Before Mo Xian could even speak, the other 8 spoke out in excitement. "It's a pity that Qing Feng doesn't have this fate." Someone said, "That's because he deserves to die for retreating so slowly." The others sneered and said, "Wait until we reach the advanced level, then we'll go and kill that brat." The black-clothed man turned around and left. A device appeared in his hand, displaying the scene of Jiang Changkong's rampage. This person is truly crazy. He wants to destroy the Sin domain. Is he not afraid of the Federation's condemnation? Wang Ruiqing asked doubtfully. "Say, do you think he discovered what our Lord wants?" A warrior asked. "No, Jiang Changkong loves starstones to the point that he's sick of them. We have the starstones that he wants on us, and are unable to hide, and in his madness he can only flatten the Sin domain." Ma Xuan said indifferently, "Just for starstones? He's a lunatic." The 8 martial artists shook their heads repeatedly. If it were them, they would definitely not do such a crazy thing. They had a lot of starstones on them, but this was an entire island. Wasn't it crazy to flatten an entire island? Mo Xian gave Wang Ruiqing a look, blinked his eyes, and then used his gaze to signal towards the black-clothed man. Wang Ruiqing's eyes flashed. She nodded slightly and turned to leave. On the other side, as the ground disappeared, a group of people stepped on the golden barrier, still a little confused. The group of geniuses had already sat down. The rest would be left to Jiang Changkong. There was nothing else they could do. "I suddenly want to go back, hug my 2 girlfriends, and have a good sleep." A martial artist said, "I also want to go back, hug your 2 girlfriends, and have a good sleep. In this lifetime, I will never come back to Sin Domain, I swear. After going to the Void Realm, I'll stay away from this guy. The further, the better." The prodigies nodded heavily. They had to stay away from this fellow as well. This was too much of a bully. This level of strength was definitely at the high level. How could a group of peak astral spirits compete? They could not even fight with their lives. Jiang Changkong waved his hand and released a blazing sun, returning. "Changkong, what are you doing?" Ji Qingyue asked curiously. I'm just here to ask you. If this goes on, all the criminals will be discovered by me first. Jiang Changkong said calmly. Then everything here will be mine. Everyone, you're not going to leave anything for us, are you? Chang Kaisheng, give us some food. We are all people who want face. The corner of Nanwu Yang's mouth twitched. If you do this, how can we go out with face? All right then, write an IOU, Jiang Changkong said calmly. An IOU? Everyone was stunned. You buy the right to fight for it. When you find the criminals, I won't make a move. You guys fight for it first. How about that? Jiang Changkong said calmly, and then the prodigies looked at him blankly. It belongs to whoever gets it first. I won't take it from you. Some flames appeared in Jiang Changkong's palm. These people from Sin Realm still have 9 overlords. I only killed 1 Cyan Wind overlord. I can give you 4 days. After 4 days, I will make a move. How about that? Really? The prodigies were overjoyed and asked hurriedly, how many could they kill in 4 days if they joined forces? If Jiang Changkong did not make a move in 4 days, they might be able to try for first place? Even now, you still don't believe in my character. Jiang Changkong said with some dissatisfaction. All right then, tell us what you want. If it's starstones, forget it. We still need them in the Void Realm. Everyone said. Jiang Changkong rubbed his chin. Well, you guys know that I have a friend named Jiang Changyue, right? We know that. The prodigies nodded. They had all seen Jiang Changkong's information before. Jiang Changkong smiled. That's easy. Changyue's weapon is still mid-tier, and so is mine. We don't have to go to the Void Realm. Do you guys think we should level up or something? We can help Jiang Changyue forge a high-tier weapon, Ji Qingyue said. Not forge, just give me the materials. My teacher is Professor Yin. She will help me, Jiang Changkong said lightly. My crescent blade has you guys. If you guys replace it with a fake, who am I going to complain to? No problem, but it can only be lower grade 7. Ji Qingyue nodded. Nan Wuyang said, then I'll be responsible for preparing the materials for your weapon. It can only be lower grade 7. No problem. Jiang Changkong nodded in satisfaction and looked at the others. What about you guys? What else do you need? The prodigies frowned. They already had a weapon. What else did Jiang Changkong lack? They did not even have enough starstones for themselves. How about mechas? Jiang Changkong asked with a smile. Mechas? The prodigies' expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other and said, let's discuss and see how many we can get for you. Jiang Changkong urged, hurry up. If we're late, the criminals will find us. The prodigies gathered together and discussed for half an hour before deciding on a price. Yao Chan, who was dressed in red, smiled and did not say anything. A young prodigy with short hair gritted his teeth and said, 3. I'm Luo Wen from the Federation. I'll send them to you after we get out. They're also lower grade 7. Sure. Jiang Changkong smiled and raised his hand. We'll record it, 1 for each of us as evidence. The prodigies did not hesitate and agreed to record it. Nan Wuyang could not help but say, you have to promise that no matter what, you will not make a move. I promise, unless you beg me, I will not make a move within 4 days. Jiang Changkong smiled warmly. The prodigies agreed. As for begging him? Impossible. Wait a minute, something was wrong. When did this guy become so easy to talk to? Ji Shui, you looked at him strangely. Why are you suddenly so easy to talk to? You're not even going to increase the price? With Jiang Changkong's talent, if he stepped into the high level, he would definitely not be interested in ordinary lower grade 7 weapons. Just now he said to beg him. Could there really be high-level martial artists in the Sin domain? Someone from the Immortal Palace? I've been tricked. Chapter 248. Seeing all the geniuses rubbing their fists, as well as their excited sister, Ji Shui Yu's face turned green. Have you thought about it, that there might be a high-leveled martial artist hiding in the Sin domain? Everyone's smile froze. Luowin frowned. Wasn't the trembling from the star formation? That might not be the star formation, and there might really be a high-leveled martial artist. The geniuses of the Federation did not know, but Ji Qingyu and the rest did. There were people from the immortal palaces hiding in the Sin domain, and it was definitely a high-leveled martial artist. Jiang Changkong knew that they could not win against a high-leveled martial artist and could only beg him. Yao Chan smiled indifferently and walked to the side. Luckily, she did not say anything. He had already discussed this matter with Jiang Changkong a long time ago. Since Jiang Changkong had taken the initiative to suggest it, she could not go against it. After all, she still needed to rely on Jiang Changkong. These people, it could only be said that they were blinded by the good news. Ji Qingyu and Nan Wuyang knew it, but they still agreed, so they could only blame themselves. Jiang Changkong was clearly tricking them. The island was quickly disappearing, and Jiang Changkong had long escaped. By the time they reacted, they would probably be crying for their parents, hugging his legs and begging him. What happened just now did not count. I cannot give them the chance. I have already shared the Blood Chi Palace with you, so you should compensate me. Thinking about that, Jiang Changkong's heart calmed down, and he continued to clear the island. He was constantly paying attention to the changes in the 3 colored stone pearls, and once he sensed something, he would change his direction. Before completely flattening the Sin domain, he did not want to clash with the Blood Chi Palace. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had passed, and half of the island had been flattened. Bang! Roar! Ah! Different sounds came out, and half of the island shook intensely. The sound pierced through the air and resonated throughout the entire Sin domain. An invisible pressure could be felt, together with a strong force of the stars. This is... Jiang Changkong was slightly surprised. Someone had stepped into the high-leveled martial artist, and it was not just one. Although it was not as powerful as him, but it was not weak. Buzz! On the island, dense extreme cold chi surged, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. The terrifying extreme cold chi spread, and half of the island was frozen. Then, the aura of the blazing sun swept out. The sun and moon were in the same sky. Then, the terrifying power of metal shot toward the barrier 1,000 meters in the sky like a giant sword. The strange changes continued, and stronger waves swept out. There's more than one high-level martial artist. In the distance, the expressions of the paragons changed drastically. How could this be? How can there be so many high-leveled martial artists in the Sin domain? One by one, the martial artists cried out in alarm. Were they here to harvest? They were clearly here to deliver their heads. Silver-white moonlight sprinkled down. A woman with a bright moon above her head walked through the air. A bright moon appeared under her feet, as if she was a fairy stepping on the moon. Then a blazing sun rose, and a man with a youthful face appeared in the sky with the sun above his head. Golden light blossomed as tens of thousands of swords paved the way. Clad in a golden robe and carrying a golden long sword on his back, the man stepped on the tens of thousands of swords. Rumble! An intense sound came out. The overflowing star power was like a curtain in the sky, and an azure mech broke through the air. Jiang Changkong raised his head to look at the sky and smiled. Even the mechs are here interesting. The 4 star embryos had just broken through, but the 4 of them were not ordinary. Even if they had just broken through, among the initial stage star embryos, they were considered one of the stronger ones. The 4 of them flew down, and the extreme lady directly appeared in front of Shui Yu and the rest. The 2 sisters immediately greeted. Aunt. The man with the extreme sun star power appeared in front of Nan Wuyang. 4th uncle, Nan Wuyang said excitedly. So, the high-leveled martial artist was one of them. So there was nothing to be afraid of. Luowin, the azure mech landed, and a voice came out. It's Professor Yu, Luo Wen said excitedly. The man dressed in gold stood in the air, but could not find the figure. You're Xing Jin, right? Stop looking. Jin Qin has already been killed by me, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. This group of people did not let him have a peace of mind. It seemed like they wanted to target him, and Xue Qingyue and the others would not beg him any more. The golden-robed man's gaze fell on him. You are very strong. No wonder Jin Qin died. You three, it's time to work. Aren't we working? An old voice came from the azure mech. We are taking care of the younger generation. The golden-robed man's expression darkened. What? Are you going to turn against us so quickly? You worry too much. Ji Moshuan's expression was cold, and he reached out to caress the two sisters' hair. Good, very good. The Ji family has two geniuses. It will prosper greatly. Aunt, Jiang Changkong is our friend, and now that you have broken through to the high level, let's go to the Union to beg for mercy. They will definitely let you out. Shui Yu said hurriedly. Fourth uncle, congratulations. Nan Wu Yang hugged fourth uncle and said, The family will think of a way to save you. Good child. Fourth uncle Nan smiled and turned around. You all leave first. Fourth uncle has something to do. Fourth uncle Nan, Jiang Changkong is a friend of the Nan family. Nan Wu Yang's expression changed. Back off. Fourth uncle Nan waved his hand, and a gentle sun star power enveloped them, taking them away. You all leave too. Ji Moshuan and the azure mech spoke at the same time, releasing a wave of star power, taking the warriors away. You are finally done. The golden-robed man slowly pulled out his long sword and looked coldly at Jiang Changkong. Unorthodox, are you ready to die? Jiang Changkong looked at them calmly. The other one, come out too. Don't make me do it myself. Huh. The four were slightly surprised, and a trace of seriousness appeared on their faces. They saw a figure walking out from the soil, surrounded by a yellow halo. For early-stage star embryo cultivators and a low-grade 7th rank mech. What Jiang Changkong was most interested in was that mech. It looked no different from an ordinary battle mech, unlike the ones in the television series in his previous life, which were huge and bulky. It was like a layer of armor, but it was even thinner and lighter, more like a battle suit. The warriors had already retreated, and Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. Ji Moshuan, think carefully, I won't give you a second chance. Ji Moshuan's pupils shrank, thinking of the movement that shook the Sin realm. Could it be caused by Jiang Changkong's breakthrough? Cut the crap, we 5 early-stage star embryo cultivators. Can't we deal with him? The golden-robed man was the first to attack, and a sharp sword light tore the void, leaving a small crack in the air. Too weak. Jiang Changkong flicked his finger, accurately hitting the tip of the sword, and a tyrannical power vibrated, sending the golden-robed man flying. The rest of the people's expressions changed drastically. In just one exchange, with just a flick of a finger, an early-stage star embryo cultivator had been sent flying. Kill! Without hesitation, the other 4 shouted at the same time, and with their monstrous star power, they engulfed Jiang Changkong. Ha! Jiang Changkong frowned. On the body of the Nan clan's 5th uncle, mysterious patterns appeared, and the ardent sun star power was released. A suppressive force enveloped Jiang Changkong. On Ji Moshuan's body, mysterious patterns also appeared, and they were more complicated than Ji Shuiyue's. Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, 2 great celestial bodies. Although it was only a part of it, it was still suppressing him. Just as he was about to attack, Ji Moshuan's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. The soil is full of surveillance cameras. Wang Ruiqing is not dead, and he already knows that you are looking for him. Don't answer. Think of a way to leave this place. I will find you. You guys, do you still remember Yun Bugui? Chapter 249. Yun Bugui. Of course they remembered that Yun Bugui had already left the Sin domain. What was Jiang Changkong doing now, carrying Yun Bugui? While everyone was puzzled, Countless white clouds appeared in the surroundings, covering everything. White clouds curled up and covered the sky, instantly enveloping the five of them. Damn it, this is Yun Bugue's martial arts. The golden-robed man cried out in anger. His sword light flashed, but it was unable to penetrate the white clouds. The white clouds here were even stronger than Yun Bugue's. The deathly white clouds carried a deathly stillness. My strength! Chai Moshwan looked at the white clouds around her in shock. Her lunar star power was being suppressed. On the other side, the fifth uncle of the Nan clan was also being suppressed. The white clouds isolated them, forming a small, independent space. In the isolated white cloud space, the surroundings were deathly white. Even if they walked out of the white cloud space, they would not be able to leave the area shrouded in white clouds. This was because when they walked out of the white cloud space, they would arrive at a new white cloud space. It was like a maze. The sun and the moon could not shine through the white clouds. The sharp power of metal, the heavy power of earth, and the azure mecha were also unable to break through the white clouds. While Chi Ma Xuan was bewildered, Jiang Changkong walked over from the white clouds. Chi Ma Xuan, tell me what I want to know. Chao Ma Xuan calmed down and said, the spatial passageway is 10,000 meters away, 5,000 meters underground. There are two ethereal immortal palace cultivators there. They are both star embryo realm cultivators, but I do not know the details. Where's Wang Ruiqing? Jiang Changkong asked indifferently. Wang Ruiqing is working for the immortal palace in the space passage. Jean Mo Xian explained. The people of the immortal palace concealed the fact that you came to find him. But the other party won't let Wang Ruiqing go so easily. From what he said, he wants to take Wang Ruiqing away. Take him away? Right now, there should be high-level martial artists from the various factions outside. How are we going to take them away? Jiang Changkong frowned. Wang Ruiqing knows that she is the person you want to save. As long as Wang Ruiqing gets out, it will be fine. Among the people of the major forces, there may be people from the immortal palace. Kumashwan said in a low voice. Will they kill Wang Ruiqing? Jiang Changkong asked calmly. If their lives are threatened, they will definitely use Wang Ruiqing to threaten you. Kuemo Xian said. They originally did not want us to break through, but because you wanted to flatten the Sin domain and spoiled their plans, we were allowed to break through. They could have saved the people they should have saved a long time ago. What else is there? Jiang Changkong was puzzled. I'm not sure. I only know that the people of the Immortal Palace are looking for something underground. One of them is an Earth Attribute star embryo warrior. After he appeared, he set up surveillance devices in the depths of the ground to monitor the situation underground. Underground? Jiang Changkong's expression darkened. Were those guys coming for the Scarlet Palace? Previously, he had only probed 500 meters deep and did not go any deeper. Otherwise, he would have discovered it. Next, he would use the spirit raining art to explore the underground space and the martial artists hidden in the soil. Are you working for him now? What are they planning? Jiang Changkong asked. Return to home, Mo Xian said indifferently. The reason why the Immortal Palace saved us is to let us return. In the future, they can borrow the strength of our clan through us. They will let you go back without worry? Jiang Changkong was stunned. Top-level poison, Mo Xian said calmly. Moreover, there are surveillance devices. Then now you. Jiang Changkong's expression changed. Mo Xian waved his hand. Don't worry. Wang Ruiqing helped me deal with it. I can temporarily block it. He will make a fake recording. Jiang Changkong heaved a sigh of relief and said, So, are you planning to infiltrate the Immortal Palace? Or are you really working for the Immortal Palace? Infiltrate the Immortal Palace, of course. The Immortal Palace has hidden themselves well for so many years. This is an opportunity, Mo Xian said. Mo Xian said, You killed my brother, I won't hold back. What about Nan Yan Yang and the others? Jiang Changkong asked. I'm not sure. Maybe they have the same idea, maybe not. Mo Xian shook his head. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, If you want to take revenge, I will give you a chance. In the future, if there is news from the Immortal Palace, or if you use star crystals or star stones to challenge me, I can spare your life and give you more chances. Let's end this boring battle. Jiang Changkong raised his right palm, and white clouds gathered. Piercing clouds, breaking moon. The white clouds roiled as his palm descended. Bright moon, puffed, bang. Mo Xian was swallowed by the white clouds. The terrifying palm carried her out of the clouds and smashed into the barrier. Nan Yanyan and the others appeared. Jiang Changkong looked at them indifferently. Mo Xian is gone. It's your turn. Kill. The four of them shouted in unison. Sword light, blazing sun, heavy mountain, and azure sword light descended at the same time. This president hates Shang Jin's people. Jiang Changkong grabbed the long sword and slashed it across the air, cutting his throat. The golden-robed man opened his mouth, and a dense flame burned his body, turning him into ashes in the blink of an eye. No matter how strong his recovery ability was, he couldn't recover after turning into ashes. Clang! The long sword fell out of the clouds and landed on the barrier. The attacks of the other three arrived, but they stopped 3 feet away. Breaking sun, breaking cloud. White clouds curled around the palm, enveloping the three. The blazing sun's star power was restrained. Fourth uncle's expression darkened, and blood gushed out as he was sent flying. As for the other two, their star power penetrated through their mechas and injured Professor Yu. Their palm power carried their mechas down. Another martial artist was swallowed by the white clouds. The white clouds dissipated, and the khaki-colored martial artist was reduced to a skeleton. The battle ended. The white clouds dissipated, and Jiang Changkong descended from the sky. Mo Xian, third uncle, and Professor Yu stood up at the same time. You still want to fight? Jiang Changkong said indifferently, Go back to your factions. Also, when I leave, this mecha is mine. I'll lend it to you for now. Professor Yu, one day I'll kill you myself, Mo Xian said ruthlessly, about to leave. Wait, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Mo Xian's body stiffened, and his expression darkened. What do you want? Hand over your star stones, Jiang Changkong said calmly. No, I've given it all to someone else. Mo Xian took off his spatial equipment. See for yourself. The other two also took out their spatial equipment and handed it to him. Jiang Changkong frowned. They really didn't have it. The people from the Immortal Palace probably wouldn't take it lying down and take the star stones. Get lost, Jiang Changkong said with a wave of his hand. In the underground passage, the man in black's expression was gloomy. There were 5 people beside him. Of the 9 overlords, 4 were gone, and 1 was Professor Yu, who was piloting a mecha. In the end, 2 were dead and 3 were seriously injured. What exactly happened? Wang Ruiqing, did you see it clearly? The man in black said angrily. I saw it clearly. Jiang Changkong's martial arts are somewhat similar to Yun Bugui's 9 skies, 9 clouds technique. Wang Ruiqing explained, This is all the video recordings. Please take a look, sir. The man in black looked at the video, and his expression became even more gloomy. 9 skies, 9 clouds technique. How could he have mastered it? Also, didn't Yun Bugui only derive it to the upper middle tier? Now it seems that Jiang Changkong has improved his martial arts. For the time being, it's confirmed that he has improved it to the star embryo level. Whether he has reached the astral level or not, I don't know. Wang Ruiqing said indifferently, It's impossible for an unorthodox person to be so terrifying. His cultivation talent and battle prowess are monstrous, and he can even derive high-level martial arts by himself? The man in black was slightly stunned, and the other 5 overlords also began to think. Could it be that there was a terrifying force behind Jiang Changkong? Chapter 250. Out of the 9 overlords, only 5 remained. Just now, 4 of them had just broken through, and 1 low-grade, 7th-grade mecha. Yet, they could not defeat Jiang Changkong. The man in black no longer thought that the 5 of them could take him down. The 4 overlords were all prodigies in the past. Although they had just entered the advanced level, if they worked together, they could kill an early-stage star embryo cultivator. Could Jiang Changkong be a mid-stage star embryo cultivator? Although the 9 heavens 9 clouds art counters the extreme yin and extreme yang, yet he easily defeated the 4 of them. His strength definitely exceeds the early-stage star embryo cultivator. Wang Ruiqing analyzed calmly. So, if we want to take down Jiang Changkong, only the 2 of you can do it. The 5 overlords stood at the side, still in shock as they watched the video. The man in black turned to Wang Ruiqing. How much longer will it take to find the thing I want? Wang Ruiqing's expression was calm as she tapped on the device. If you don't stop Jiang Changkong, we will find it today. The man in black took a look and almost vomited blood. That lunatic. Did Mo Xian and the rest send any messages back? Yes. Wang Ruiqing said calmly. Because Jiang Changkong did not get a single starstone, he went completely crazy. Prepare to go all out and flatten the Sin domain. With his current speed, he will need less than half a day. The man in black, the 5 overlords. Why did the Federation let such a lunatic in? Just because they did not bring any starstones, and he did not get any, he went crazy and wanted to flatten the Sin domain? Did the Federation know that we were here and let us in? The 5 overlords kept quiet out of fear. They did not dare to speak and stood further away. They suddenly did not want to break through. Don't give the breakthrough elixir to us. Keep it for yourself. The restrictions on him were removed by Mo Xian and the rest first. The man in black did not want to use the elixir either, thinking that they were enough. Now, the 5 overlords were glad that they were not the ones who attacked. Otherwise, their ashes would be cold and floating in the sea. Watch this place. I will go out for a while. The black-robed man glanced at Wang Ruiqing before his figure disappeared, leaving the underground space. In the underground tunnel, an invisible astral force swept over, which made Wang Ruiqing frown. She looked around suspiciously, but found nothing. Jiang Changkong was currently using a radius of 20,000 m to quickly raise the Sin domain. Buzz! A beam of golden light swept over, annihilating the power of the blazing sun. A man in black suddenly appeared and stood in the air 100 meters away from Jiang Changkong. You finally crawled out of the rat hole and left Wang Ruiqing, Jiang Changkong said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Your strength has really exceeded my expectations. The black-clothed man was not in a hurry to attack and spoke in a sinister tone. He was a little worried that the Federation had let Jiang Changkong in on purpose. If that was the case, then the Federation must have known about their intentions a long time ago. Was there a spy among them? He could not see through Jiang Changkong's strength, so he did not dare to attack recklessly. I don't like to look up to others. Come down and talk while kneeling, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. The black-clothed man's sinister voice paused for a moment. Then it was followed by a monstrous rage. Jiang Changkong, you are the first person who can anger me with just one sentence. Jiang Changkong suddenly lifted his head, and his eyes lit up. Divine reigning art. Kid, arg, the black-clothed man had just opened his mouth when he suddenly screamed. His black robe exploded, and an unfamiliar middle-aged face was revealed. It was a middle-aged man. Blood seeped out of his orifices, and the astral force in his body was in a mess. Plop! While in midair, he suddenly changed his posture. With a bang, his knees landed on the protective barrier, and he knelt down steadily. Advanced stage of the star embryo realm. So that's all you've got, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Jiang Changkong, how dare you humiliate me? Crawl over here. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. You, the black-clothed man, lost control of his body. His knees moved, and he actually crawled towards Jiang Changkong. In the distance, a group of martial artists watched this scene in horror. What the hell is going on? Ji Qingyue and the others were dumbfounded. Advanced stage of the star embryo realm? Jiang Changkong only glanced at him. Fourth Uncle Nan's face darkened. Was Jiang Changkong purposely teasing them just now? Mech scan. There was an invisible fluctuation of astral force just now. He must have made a move. Professor, you said in a low voice. Invisible? Isn't that impossible to guard against? The martial artists were horrified. They suddenly realized that Jiang Changkong was the real Demon King. The sinners and the Immortal Palace's spies from the Sin Realm were no match for him. Their hearts were the same as the black-clothed man's. Why did they let him in? Now, tell me what you are looking for. Jiang Changkong looked down at the middle-aged man and said indifferently. The middle-aged man's expression was ferocious. His brain was still buzzing. He said coldly, Wang Ruiqing is in my hands. If I don't return, he will die. Your companion, is he the one in the soil? Jiang Changkong looked at the soil in front of him. There was a peak star embryo stage martial artist shuttling through the soil. The middle-aged man's expression changed. You can find him? Sunset. With a breath, the sunset enveloped the entire Sin realm. A huge blade aura suddenly slashed down. A terrifying might enveloped the entire Sin realm. The weaker martial artists in the distance were directly pressed to the ground. GMO Xian and the rest were shocked. They had the urge to curse. This was simply abnormal. When the blade aura landed, there was no terrifying explosion. There was only silence. Everything was vaporized. The void cracked, and the cracks were like spider webs hanging in the sky. In the entire Sin realm, other than 2 places where the soil still existed, the rest were all disappearing. And the peak star embryo stage martial artist erupted with a torrential starlight to block the blade aura. Buzz! The blade aura stopped slightly. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the star embryo stage martial artist split into 2. Crack! An ear-piercing sound was heard. The protective barrier on the ground started to crack. I used too much strength. Jiang Changkong frowned. At this moment, there was no obstruction in front of him. There were only 2 places where the soil was like a mountain, standing tall in the Sin realm. I want to go home. A martial artist cried. He was so scared that he cried. Half of the Sin realm had disappeared before their eyes. How should I take revenge? GMO Xian was stunned. This guy wanted me to bring news of the Immortal Palace, star crystals, and starstones to find him for revenge. It was obvious that he wanted him to give him resources and information. This blade aura had definitely reached the Starbody realm. Otherwise, it would definitely not be able to break this barrier. The blade aura dissipated. Jiang Changkong was thinking. When he was in the middle level, he had reached the peak of the early stage star embryo stage. Now he was only in the late stage star embryo stage. But when he used his full strength, his destructive power had already reached the star body realm. Was the difference between the middle level and the high level too huge? If that was the case, the difference between the high level and the high level was not that huge. There were not many cracks on the ground. He should have barely reached the early stage of the Starbody realm. He was not a match for a Starbody realm martial artist. After figuring it out, Jiang Changkong looked at the middle-aged man again. I am very interested in the Immortal Palace. Will you tell me? The middle-aged man looked at him coldly and did not say a word. The pain of your soul burning. Are you not going to tell me? Jiang Changkong pressed on the middle-aged man's forehead. Invisible star power poured into the man's body. He was prepared to forcefully capture his soul. Unfortunately, he did not know the soul-searching technique. Otherwise, it would be more convenient. I'll tell you! The middle-aged man felt his body turn cold. His soul stiffened. Invisible star power was binding him. Fear, shrouded his heart as he screamed. Chapter 251. Jiang Changkong released his hand. Speak. The immortal palace came here because they found something in the starry sky, a palace. Legend has it that above the top martial artists is the immortal realm, and this palace was left behind by an immortal realm powerhouse. The middle-aged man said hurriedly, Immortal realm? The martial artist's expressions changed. Mo Xian and the others flew over. The current limit of Earth was only the top martial artists, and there had not been an immortal realm powerhouse. Everyone was tempted when it came to immortal realm powerhouses. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. Continue. The middle-aged man did not dare to hide anything. Back then, the immortal palace was searching for a relic and found a spatial tunnel. The martial artists from the immortal palace went through the spatial tunnel and came to Sin Domain, but as soon as they appeared, they ran away. Star body martial artists could not stay in Sin Domain. The upper limit here was star body, and entering would be detected by the Federation's instruments. After that, the immortal palace switched to star embryo martial artists. They brought a large number of weapons and equipment to rope in the people of Sin Domain. Of course, they were not so kind-hearted as to really do what was best for the people of Sin Domain. The immortal palace treated everyone here as cannon fodder. After confirming the location of the Blood Chi Palace, these people were used as pathfinders. The instruments on their bodies were all replaced by theirs. With the instruments, they could let these people go in and know what was going on inside. And they had a late-stage star embryo and a peak star embryo. Even if this group of people had an accident and reached star embryo, they could kill them. However, they were the same as Jiang Changkong. They did not expect that the palace could move. So they buried instruments underground to search for the palace and explore its movement patterns. They wanted to deal with this matter quietly underground. They had the same idea as him. Jiang Changkong thought silently. They all wanted to eat it alone. However, this thing could not be eaten by one person. They would die from overeating. I see. Then why did you save them? Jiang Changkong asked. To give them hope. In addition, there are many geniuses among this group. As long as they are nurtured, almost all of them can step into high-level martial artists. The middle-aged man explained. As long as they are nurtured well, the immortal palace can have a few more high-level martial artists. How much more do you know about the immortal palace? Jiang Changkong asked indifferently. Immortal palace. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, but fell silent. Jiang Changkong furrowed his brows and was about to activate the soul-governing art again. The middle-aged man's scalp went numb, and he hurriedly said, I'm just one of the teams from the Immortal Palace. The Immortal Palace has many exploration teams, searching for various things that fell from the starry sky. As for the rest, I really don't know. You don't know. Jiang Changkong's expression turned cold. I really don't know. We belong to the Scouting Palace, and we're only in charge of scouting these things. We don't care about anything else, and we're not allowed to ask about it either. The middle-aged man said in horror. Explore the palace? There are other palaces? Jiang Changkong asked. I don't know. From the moment they entered the Immortal Palace, the only thing they know is to investigate the palace. They can't care about anything else. Then you're really useless. Jiang Changkong sighed softly. Soul-reigning art. No, no, no. A mournful scream resounded. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, and his expression twisted as he slumped to the ground. An illusory middle-aged man flew out from the body and rapidly shrunk, landing in Jiang Changkong's hand. Soul capture! Mo Xian and the others retreated in horror. They weren't weaklings, and they could naturally tell that the illusory middle-aged man was a soul. He was forcefully pulled out by this guy. Even a high-level martial artist's soul is very fragile. Jiang Changkong looked at the soul in his palm and sighed. This soul was dissipating, and it could only exist for a moment. It couldn't withstand the fluctuations. The soul-reigning art could forcefully ensure that the soul didn't dissipate. but in this way he would have to expend a lot of energy to maintain its existence. Then goodbye. A golden blazing sun rose, and the holy sun appeared. The soul body let out an ear-piercing scream and disappeared in an instant. It disappeared a little too quickly. The sacred sun, art seems to be able to restrain souls. Jiang Changkong pondered. Souls are of the yin attribute, so the power of the sun naturally restrains them, fourth Uncle Nan explained. The extremes of yin and yang, but I don't see you restraining them. Jiang Changkong glanced at him and Mo Xian. When the two forces are about the same, neither restrains the other. Mo Xian said coldly, I've seen some soul cultivation techniques, but they aren't very strong. You can actually capture souls. This is the first time I've seen such a method. Could it be that you have a great force behind you? I've learned a lot, but how much can you see? Jiang Changkong said indifferently, let's save them. Wang Ruiqing should be anxious. How did you find the person in the soil just now? Mo Xian, fourth Uncle Nan, and Professor, you all followed. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything, knowing the specific location. He just needed to sweep over with the soul-raining art. Wherever the soul-raining art passed, he saw everything with his own eyes. It naturally wasn't difficult to find them. Jiang Changkong took their spatial equipment, and there were indeed star stones inside. The soil automatically split apart, revealing a passage. It was a gigantic underground space with intricate instruments. The Sin domain had a group of sinners, densely packed and endless. They've killed their way in. The Sin domain martial artists shouted out in fear. We've already hidden here. Why? Why won't they let us go? The Sin domain has already been leveled, just for a few star stones. Is there a need to do this? The criminals wanted to cry. It was too much of a bully. Jiang Changkong stepped into the underground space. It was extremely spacious and was separated into a few levels to accommodate the Sin domain martial artists. Welcome, Chang Kaishang. The 5 overlords immediately ran over and respectfully offered up their spatial equipment. These are some star stones and Sin orders. Please accept them. Welcome, Chang Kaishang, for getting rid of the immortal palace demon for the Sin domain and returning peace to the Sin domain. One of the martial artists shouted out and kowtowed. Welcome, Chang Kaishang. Thank you, Chang Kaishang, for taking action, for getting rid of the immortal palace demon and returning peace to the Sin domain. Respectfully. The rest of the criminals reacted and immediately handed over their Sin orders and the few star stones they had left. Hearing that, Mo Xian and the rest's faces turned green. Peace to the Sin domain? Yes, it truly is peaceful. It's flattened. Immortal palace demon? Before they died, why didn't they dare to call themselves demons? Jiang Changkong smiled and looked at them. They're truly talented people. They have the ability to change the direction of the wind. But I have already taken what I should take. It's better to keep these criminals alive. It can be considered as leaving something for the future generations. If I kill all of them, the Federation will be anxious with me. I finally have a fat pig if I kill all of them. What will I do in the future? Jiang Changkong said indifferently, bring all of them out. Professor Wang Ruiqing stays, and bring Su Hongji and the rest over. You're ordering me? Mo Xian's face turned cold. Jiang Changkong did not move, nor did he move. Mo Xian's body froze. She took the initiative to walk out. Releasing her star power, she forcefully congealed a silver moon bridge. Your body is still very honest. Jiang Changkong turned and smiled at her. Mo Xian was shocked. Just now, it was Jiang Changkong who was controlling her. Let's go help. Nan family's 4th uncle, Professor Yu, immediately ran out to help. It's so scary to be with him. Chapter 252. The people of Sin Realm lined up and left. Wang Ruiqing was packing up the equipment. After everyone left, Chamoshwan and the others brought Su Hengji and the other 6. The prodigies of the 3 families were also brought. Luo Wen and Professor Yu were also here. Professor Wang. Jiang Changkong sized up Wang Ruiqing. He was a handsome old man and a professor. He was a good match for Professor Yin. Chiang Kai-sheng. Wang Ruiqing bowed. Thank you, Chiang Kai-sheng, for coming to visit. I won't say it in a roundabout way. Jiang Changkong said calmly, you guys leave first. There's going to be a big change here. Xiao Moshuan also said, the people from Immortal Palace won't be able to delay in Shanha and the others for long. You guys have to hurry and leave. Wang Ruiqing nodded. The spatial tunnel is blocked by the martial artists from Immortal Palace. I'll need you guys to help. Jiang Changkong opened his eyes. The soil in front of him dissipated, revealing a yellow barrier. Behind the barrier was a huge spatial crack. A sense of danger made Jiang Changkong's heart palpitate. It was similar to the one in the abyss. An invisible force swept past, and the yellow barrier disappeared silently. The spatial crack appeared, and an invisible force circled around it. Jiang Changkong didn't dare to get close. Jiang Changkong looked at Yao Chan. You guys can contact each other now. Yao Chan nodded. She and Ji Qingyue each took out a stone and infused it with astral power. Rays of light shot into the spatial crack. The power from the spatial crack exploded and bombarded the starlight, but it couldn't do anything to it. The starlight left. Jiang Changkong looked at Su Hingji and the other 6. After we get out, follow Professor Wang closely. I'll find you guys when I get out. Yes. Su Hingji and the other 6 bowed excitedly. Chiang Kai-sheng, we swear to follow you until our deaths. Jiang Changkong said, Professor Wang, I'll leave them to you. Wang Ruiqing's expression was solemn. Chiang Kai-sheng, don't worry. I'll watch over them and wait for you to come out. Buzz. Starlight erupted and the space channel stabilized. The power that made Jiang Changkong's heart palpitate was forcefully suppressed. 2 balls of light appeared in the spatial passage. One was scarlet and the other was like a full moon. The spatial passageway has been stabilized. Follow us. A voice came from within the round moonlight sphere. Big sister? Jean Mo Xian's body trembled as he looked excitedly at the full moon. Eldest aunt, Xue Qingyue and Xue Qingyue said emotionally. Yao Chan stepped forward and brought a person into the spatial passage. 7th uncle, there are still opportunities in Sin Domain. The people from Immortal Palace are still searching for them. Opportunity? Surpassing the top warriors, the immortal gods' opportunity. Kumashwan said in a low voice. The 2 balls of light shook violently. Really? It's true. Changkong was the one who discovered it first. Yao Chan turned around and glanced at Jiang Changkong. Changkong is also a high-level martial artist now. All right, you guys go first. We will immediately inform our family members to come to Sin Domain. Inside the full moon, a voice came out. Mo Xian, you leave too, although you are a high-level martial artist, but you cannot participate in what happens next. Yes, Kumashwan was very obedient and stepped into the spatial passage. I will have to trouble the 2 of you to help me take care of these 8 people. Jiang Changkong cupped his fists and said, We will naturally take care of them after the deal is done. We will also deal with their new identities. If you are confident, you can go to the palace first. The round moonlight sphere said, If you are not confident, wait for our people to come. Also, wait for them to leave, destroy this place, and we will smooth out the spatial crack. The scarlet ball of light released a voice and brought the few people that were saved out of Sin Domain. Professor Yu, you're not leaving? Jiang Changkong was surprised. Professor Yu actually did not leave. Professor Yu took off the mech and handed it over to Jiang Changkong. I'm old. What's the point of going out? His hair was white, wrinkles that resembled the bark of an old tree, and his body was crooked. Luo Wen was shocked and immediately said, Professor Yu, after returning, use medicine to nurse yourself. You will be fine. My body is full of internal injuries. I don't want to leave. Professor Yu shook his head and took out a phone from his bosom. Everything I have learned is here. Take it. Professor, No, so slow. Jiang Changkong waved his hand, and Professor, you directly flew into the spatial crack. The suppression power had not dissipated, and that group of people should not have left yet. After they smooth out the spatial crack, if they did not leave now, they would not be able to leave. Luo Wen. Ji Qingyue and the rest were startled. They did not expect Jiang Changkong to return with such a move. All right, all of you can leave. Jiang Changkong waved his hand and said, This Luo Wen, do you want to save people or not? Can't you just directly give Professor Yu a kick? The spatial crack started to shrink, and that group of people was smoothing out the crack. Everyone retreated, and Jiang Changkong also flew out. The soil started to dissipate, and the place was flattened. All of you retreat further, to the edge. Jiang Changkong said. Everyone hurriedly retreated, to the edge of the Sin domain barrier. Jiang Changkong looked at the remaining soil. I hope it is not too terrifying. This concerned the inheritance of the immortal god. He did not dare to be careless. The stone bead was vibrating, and the palace was inside. He realized that the palace liked to stay in the soil, and it was unwilling to come out. Just a trace of star power from the imperial god art could hurt him. This palace was too strange. He raised his palm, and a blazing sun appeared, and the soil on it quickly disappeared. This time, he did not dare to make too big a move, afraid that the backlash would be too strong. Although the stone bead was here, he would not take the risk and suffer this pain. The soil dissipated, and under the stone bead senses, the palace was also sinking. There was no more soil above, so he drilled down, until there was only about 300 meters left. Jiang Changkong stopped. Next, it was to carefully grind. Like peeling an orange, the star power peeled off the soil layer by layer, revealing bits of bloodlight. Rumble. A tremor was heard, and a monstrous blood chi shot into the sky. In the sky above the Sin domain, the barrier glowed, blocking the blood chi. Rumble. The last of the soil was washed away by the blood chi, and the cracks on the ground continued to expand. Clang, clang, clang. The blood chi surged and landed on Jiang Changkong's body, and the terrifying force caused his chest to cave in. I understand now. Jiang Changkong was pleasantly surprised. This blood chi palace was filled with majestic blood chi. It should be pure power, and gave preferential treatment to pure blood chi and power. In the distance, there was not much power left in the aftermath, and Ji Qingyue and the others were only heavily injured under their full defense. Outside the barrier, and Shanha's face was flushed, and his body was emitting a thick smell of alcohol. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Damn, where's my Sin domain? I just had a drink, and when I came back, the Sin domain was gone? Did I go to the wrong place? Or was this an illusion? Lin Qin came through the air, also reeking of alcohol. Seeing him in a daze, she asked curiously, What's wrong? We went the wrong way. This is not the Sin domain. And Shanha took a deep breath and said, Are you really drunk, this barrier, if this is not the Sin domain? Then where is it? Lin Qin said disdainfully, Look at your alcohol tolerance. It's been decades. Where is the Sin domain? Am I drunk too? Boom! At this moment, blood light exploded, attacking the barrier, and a violent power shook. Crack! Cracks appeared on the barrier. Quick! Strengthen the barrier. Something big happened inside. And Shanha shouted anxiously. Lin Qin quickly took action, and another barrier flew out, covering the original barrier. This time it can withstand the peak of the astral body. Let's go in and take a look. Chapter 253. Rumble. The blood chi exploded and attacked the entire barrier. Even Jiang Changkong was unable to withstand the overwhelming might and had no choice but to retreat. Roar. A roar came from inside the blood chi palace. There's still a living being. A horrified voice rang out. Ji Qingyue and the others' expressions changed. The other prodigies and sinners hid in a corner, trembling. They realized that they had come to the Sin realm to tremble in fear. Jiang Changkong had a strange expression. Did this sound like a force pattern? Rumble. The sky shook violently as the black battleship rushed into the Sin realm, releasing boundless starlight in an attempt to suppress the blood chi. Kaboom! The black battleship shook, and cracks appeared on its surface. This isn't star power, it's pure blood chi. Put away the battleship, Lin Chin said. And Shanha hurriedly put away the battleship. The blood chi was too strange to be able to shake the battleship. Rumble! The battleship disappeared, and the two of them faced the blood chi. The terrifying blood chi actually destroyed the starlight. The two experts felt like their heads were about to split open. With two screams, the two of them fell down at high speed. Jiang Changkong flew into the air, emitting dazzling golden light as he caught the two of them. Dong dong! A dull sound rang out, and Jiang Changkong's body caved in, but he recovered in an instant. Stepping on the ground, Jiang Changkong flew back with the two of them. Buzz! The blood chi trembled and swam in the air, crisscrossing and forming a huge and strange formation. Is this a star formation? And Shanha and Ji Qingyue stabilized themselves and looked at the two of them in shock. It should be, Jiang Changkong said. What's going on? Where's the Sin realm? And Shanha looked around. Only the blood palace was left of the flattened barrier. Other than the soil isolated by the barrier, there was not a trace of sand. It was like a huge pit surrounded by seawater, and the seawater was pouring into the Sin realm. It was destroyed by this thing. Jiang Changkong pointed at the blood chi palace and said calmly. He would not admit that he was the one who destroyed it. What is this thing? How did it come to the Sin realm? The two of them asked at the same time. You have always been in Sin domain, right? Or maybe they were brought in by the people from the Immortal Palace. I killed two of them inside, Jiang Changkong said. It's always been here. Immortal Palace? The two of them were a little confused. What was going on? Why did the Sin domain harvest become like this? Buzz! Just then, the star formation in the sky finally formed. It enveloped the entire Sin domain and slowly descended. As the star formation fell, a terrifying pressure enveloped everyone. The corner of Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. It seemed that he had really gone too far. Damn it, what is this? And Shanha roared. The astral power in his body surged, and he was about to strike again. Jiang Changkong hurriedly stopped him. Don't fight against this thing. This place is very strange. It can hurt us by following the star power. Then what do we do now? And Shanha's expression changed slightly as he asked solemnly, I'll send you off later. Once you're out, inform the Union immediately, Jiang Changkong said. Lin Qin's expression was solemn. We've already informed the Union. Someone will be here soon. Also, can you send us off? Don't move. Take them with you. I'll try. Jiang Changkong glanced at Ji Qingyue and the others. They would die if they stayed here. Don't resist later. Be careful, Ji Qingyue and the others said. If you have a way, do it now. The star formation is about to fall, and Shanha said anxiously. Jiang Changkong gave them a deep look. Sit tight. Roar. A strange roar sounded. 6 golden dragons as thick as arms appeared, their heads suffused with blood energy. This is, you were the one who roared that day? Ji Qingyue and the others looked at him in fear. Was Jiang Changkong a human or a star demon? Don't just stand there. Everyone get up. Jiang Changkong shouted. The force pattern extended rapidly until it reached Ji Qingyue and the others. Let's go, and Shanha shouted. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the golden dragon. Ji Qingyue and the others didn't think anymore and hurriedly stepped onto it. Jiang Changkong said coldly, I'll say it again. Don't use star power later. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Roar. The strange roar sounded again. This time it wasn't the 6 force patterns but the blood chi palace. Rise. Carrying countless people, Jiang Changkong's body suddenly expanded. Golden light shone, and the force pattern thickened. 3 foot golden body, 3 foot tall with dragon-like muscles. Force patterns coiled around his body, bursting with terrifying power. Wherever the force pattern passed, the blood chi star formation shook. Just as it was about to suppress them, it suddenly opened up a path and let them pass. Jiang Chongkong put his hands behind his back. The tri-colored stone bead glowed. This was the only thing he could do. The force pattern alone couldn't send them away. The Blood Chi Palace gave him preferential treatment, but it wasn't his home. He could give them preferential treatment, but it was impossible for him to travel unimpeded. Fortunately, the tri-colored stone bead was related to the palace, so it gave him permission. The force pattern extended to the barrier. Lin Qin hurriedly opened the barrier, and the group left. They released the battleship and let Ji Qingyue and the others in. The 2 high-level martial artists had solemn expressions. They shouted, "Jiang Chongkong, come up!" Whoosh! The force pattern quickly retracted, the barrier closed, and the 3-foot golden body disappeared. "Jiang Chongkong, you, Uncle Lin, Annie Lin, this palace is most likely related to what Jiang Chongkong learned. He won't come out," Ji Qingyue said. "I've also informed my family. There will be high-level martial artists coming later. This time, they must be at the peak of the astral form. Doesn't Jiang Chongkong cultivate the sun star power? Why is it related to this?" And Shanha asked in confusion, "Also, why are there 6 golden dragons in Jiang Chongkong's body?" "The sun star power is only one of Jiang Chongkong's martial arts," a genius said in horror. "He's strong enough to capture people's souls, and he knows Yun Bugui's 9 skies and 9 clouds technique. He even killed a few star embryo martial artists." "What?" The two's expressions changed. "What happened in the Sin realm?" "Jiang Chongkong leveled the Sin realm, not the palace," another martial artist said with a trembling voice. The two were speechless. Jiang Chongkong leveled the Sin realm and killed a few star embryo martial artists. They were confused, and they could not accept it. Rumble. An intense tremor came from below, and Shanha and the others' expressions changed. The first layer of barrier was completely shattered. The star array fell and shattered the barrier, but there was an even stronger barrier. The palace shook violently. Blood chi exploded again, intertwining in the void and forming a new star array. Sky full of stars array. In the Sin realm, Jiang Chongkong withdrew his 30-foot golden body. 6 power patterns coiled around him. He looked at the Blood Chi Palace with a serious expression. He remembered the image of the sky full of stars array. The 3 palaces had countless star arrays that covered the starry sky. If this palace was intact, it could probably destroy Earth. But now this palace was broken. Only 3 layers were left. Everything above 3 layers had been forcefully cut off. Jiang Chongkong held the tri-colored stone bead in his hand and walked toward the Blood Chi Palace. The star power in his body was hidden, and only the dense blood chi and power patterns were on his body. A monstrous blood chi appeared behind him, and the essence chi rose above his head. Roar! A strange roar came from the Blood Chi Palace again, shaking countless blood chi and activating the star array. Chapter 254. In his memory, the palace had a total of 9 floors. The monstrous blood energy that was released obscured the specific appearance. He could only see a rough outline. The same was true for the power of the moon and sun stars. Jiang Chongkong arrived in front of the palace. The palace's door had been destroyed, and the surrounding walls had large holes. The exterior was blood-colored and full of blood energy. The dilapidated walls were engraved with human figures. These human figures all had the same power pattern as him. Some of these power patterns formed dragon heads, while others formed snake heads. His gaze passed through the door. It was empty inside. There was nothing but floating blood energy. Jiang Chongkong took a deep breath and walked in. As he stepped into the blood energy palace, blood energy patterns appeared on the floor under his feet. This place was filled with star rays. In other words, This place was full of killing intent. Without sufficient strength and the tricolored stone bead, anyone who came would probably die. But now he didn't know how powerful this palace was, and he didn't dare to use the tricolored stone bead to test it. At the end of his vision, there was a staircase leading to the second floor. He wasn't in a hurry to go up. His gaze swept across the walls, which were engraved with star texts and human figures. Below the immortal realm, the ultimate strength shattering the void. Jiang Changkong stared at one of the star runes with a grave expression. There were many star texts, densely packed, almost occupying all the places that didn't have any figures. He, who had learned star texts, noticed that these star texts were written differently. More than one person had been here. Jiang Changkong knew a lot of star texts now, but it was troublesome to translate them. He didn't know all of them here. After thinking about it, he took out his phone and planned to take a picture. But when he took out his phone, the screen was black. He couldn't open it at all. It's broken? No, the phone has always been in the hidden star ring. It wasn't affected. Jiang Changkong put away his phone. This palace might have temporarily disabled his phone. It was fine. He still had a notebook and a notebook. Ever since he copied the star texts in the Twisted Land, he had specially prepared some. Opening the notebook, Jiang Changkong gently wrote. A shocking scene appeared. The stroke he had just written actually disappeared. He could only watch helplessly as it disappeared. He couldn't sense it at all. He didn't sense any energy fluctuations. Roar! The strange roar sounded again. Jiang Changkong put away his notebook and pen and stepped onto the second floor. Since he couldn't record these star runes, he would go up and see if there was anything good. With the tricolored stone bead, there shouldn't be any danger. He wanted to see how this roar of power marks was released. Could it be that there was still a living person? If there was a living person, there was no way he wouldn't come out unless he was trapped. The staircase was not long. Jiang Changkong had already reached the second floor after a few leaps. The second floor was no longer empty. Instead, it was filled with small rooms with blood-red doors. The roar of power pattern came from here. Jiang Changkong came to the nearest room. Looking at the blood-red door, he reached out and pressed on it. Buzz! The door shook, and the palm easily passed through it. Is this blood qi? Jiang Changkong used both hands to pry open a gap and looked inside. A pair of lifeless eyes happened to be staring at him. Their eyes met. Holy shit! He quickly retracted his hands. Jiang Changkong was a little dumbfounded. There was a person sitting inside, and he was still looking at him. No, the eyes are lifeless. Could it be a dead person? Jiang Changkong pondered. If it was a living person, he should have had a reaction just now. Thinking of this, the roar of power mark stretched out and opened the door of blood qi. This time he saw the person inside and the situation. The space inside was very narrow, only 4 feet wide, and it was all blood red. A man was sitting against the blood red wall. His eyes were naturally open, and he was looking at the blood door. He wore a green ancient robe, and his face was young. His skin was like jade, and his hands were slender. In front of him, there was a broken sword. It's really a dead person. Jiang Changkong didn't feel the slightest bit of vitality from the man. The surroundings were covered by blood qi. Jiang Changkong relied on the tricolored stone bead and walked in. He reached out and scanned the surroundings. Other than the man's back leaning against the real wall, there was blood qi gathering on both sides. The roar of power mark swept the ground, but there was nothing. This corpse actually has no essence. Jiang Changkong touched the corpse and found that it was still warm. Traces of blood qi kept entering the corpse, nourishing his body. No wonder there's no essence. It's all being maintained by blood qi. Jiang Changkong pinched the finger of the young man, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. So hard? He used 70% of his strength on the corpse's finger, but he couldn't move it at all. After thinking about it, 6 roar of power marks vibrated at the same time. He used all his strength, pure strength. There was still no reaction from the finger. It was still like jade, and there was no trace of it. How strong did this guy train his body when he was alive? Jiang Changkong was shocked. He looked at the broken sword again. The broken sword had already decayed, and the essence inside had been lost. It was worthless. He searched the corpse again, but he didn't find any spatial equipment. Roar! The strange roar came again, and Jiang Changkong hurriedly left the blood-red room. Following the roar, Jiang Changkong came to the front of a blood door. Jiang Changkong carefully opened it this time. This time it was the man in the ancient robe who was sitting cross-legged. His head was lowered, and he wasn't angry. However, his body was moving, and the roar came from his body. After thinking about it, Jiang Changkong's roar of power mark vibrated, and he let out a roar. Roar! Roar! 2 roar of power marks rang out at the same time. The man sitting cross-legged still had his head lowered, and there was no movement. The sound came from his body. All right, I can't win against you. Jiang Changkong's roar of power mark was directly covered. He walked in directly. Jiang Changkong reached out to touch the corpse. There was no need to try, and he definitely wouldn't be able to break the defense. However, he didn't want to break the defense either. He wanted to see how far this guy had reached in the path of body refinement. He grabbed the ancient robe and exerted force, but it didn't move at all. He used all his strength, but it still didn't move. This was awkward. He was in the late-stage star embryo stage, and he couldn't do anything to a piece of clothing. He tried to move the corpse, but he still couldn't move it. The roar of power mark also became quiet. Jiang Changkong didn't dare to act recklessly anymore. He squatted down and looked at the person's face. It's him! Jiang Changkong's expression changed, and he retreated slowly. In the image, it was that extremely powerful martial artist. His strength was extremely powerful, and he had crossed the sun and moon with a single step. However, he was now a corpse. Back then, he had resisted the devouring of the starry sky with the 3 palaces. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong felt a lot more comforted. He didn't know how strong this person was, but he was a top-notch martial artist. It was normal that he couldn't move him. Moreover, from the looks of it, he was still a body refinement martial artist. He naturally wouldn't be able to move him with pure strength. As he retreated, the blood and qi on the ground dissipated. Jiang Changkong's gaze froze. There were star runes engraved on the ground. He swept away the blood and qi, and a few planet runes appeared. Jiang Changkong frowned and translated seriously. Pursuing immortal and god-fortuitous encounters, paying respects to the battle palace, and encountered a great calamity. Fortunately, the battle palace collected the corpse. Battle palace? What's going on with this person? He's dead, but the power mark is still alive. Jiang Changkong's expression was solemn. Pursuing immortal and god-fortuitous encounters. Had this person become an immortal or not? Was this palace helping to collect the corpse? Jiang Changkong continued to watch, and he felt a headache. Why did these people learn star runes? Why didn't they come to Earth to study and learn Chinese? Translation was really troublesome. However, if it was really Chinese, then it would be too shocking. Those who left their names in the battle palace collected the corpse. Those who obtained the divine pearls of our 3 palaces attracted 3 lights, and obtained the fragment of the immortal scripture. Chapter 255. Attracting the tricolored stone bead? Jiang Changkong looked at the tricolored stone bead in his hand. Wasn't this enough? Should he lure the tricolored light out? He didn't think that he had to be a tri-elemental cultivator. If that was the case, he would have to be worshipped when he came in. Jiang Changkong pondered for a while and infused pure blood energy into the tricolored stone bead. Buzz! The tricolored stone bead shook violently, and mysterious star runes appeared on the floor. The surrounding blood energy surged into the tricolored stone bead. The blood energy and power patterns in Jiang Changkong's body were being absorbed by the tricolored stone bead. Damn it! Shouldn't I have lured the tricolored light out? You've lured me out. Jiang Changkong cursed and hurriedly left the room, activating his 3-foot golden body. Fortunately, the space outside was not small and could barely accommodate him. The tricolored stone bead continued to absorb the blood energy in the surroundings, as well as Jiang Changkong's blood energy and power. The tricolored stone bead absorbed the surrounding blood energy, as well as Jiang Changkong's blood energy and power. Jiang Changkong's 3-foot golden body was shrinking at a visible speed, and his body was shriveling. It won't suck me dry, right? A trace of fear appeared in Jiang Changkong's heart. He wanted to let go of the stone bead, but it stuck to him. 2 feet, 3 feet. In just a few breaths, Jiang Changkong was only 3 feet tall, and his body was skin and bones. But even so, the tricolored stone bead was still absorbing. He had been tricked by this guy. Jiang Changkong cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only let the tricolored stone bead absorb. It was only when his body returned to normal that the suction began to slow down. Jiang Changkong was already lying on the ground. A weak suction came, draining his last bit of power. This damn thing finally stopped. Jiang Changkong lay on the ground without any strength to move. He couldn't feel the power patterns or the existence of his body. He didn't dare to use the God-governing art and could only lie there. Buzz! The tricolored stone bead vibrated and shone brightly. The blood energy in the surroundings surged and strangely arranged themselves, forming ancient star characters that poured into Jiang Changkong's mind. A large amount of blood energy seemed to have come to life as it surged over and wrapped around him. His shriveled body swelled up like a balloon. Jiang Changkong's eyes widened. He discovered that his strength was recovering, and his perception of his body was also gradually recovering. Regaining control of his body, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. Unfortunately, this blood qi could only help him recover, not grow. Next, the blood qi that rushed into his mind took the form of ancient star symbols, and some of the blood qi carved out countless star formations in his mind. Was this a remnant chapter of an immortal scripture? Looking at his own data, there was indeed a change. Jiang Changkong, late-stage star embryo. High-tier, lower-grade martial art. 3-foot golden body. Deshang 1/18000000 Tai Chi Yin-Yang art. Deshang 1/18000000 blade. Deshang 1/18000000 Holy Sun art. Deshang 1/18000000 God, reigning art. Deshang 1/18000000 Bright Moon art. Deshang 1/18000000 White Cloud Ninefold Sutra. Deshang 1/18000000 High Tier Lower Grade Array. Battle Body Star Formation. Incomplete Rudimentary 0/50,000 Essence. Energy Spirit. 491155 for High Tier Middle Grade. High Grade Star Formation. Incomplete. Not strong enough to practice. Star Formation. High or incomplete. Jiang Changkong's mind was in a mess. These were high, low, middle, and high grade. Did they correspond to the 3 floors of the palace? If that was the case, then the lost 6 levels corresponded to the apex level and the level above the apex. Boom! The palace suddenly shook, and voices came from below. Attention, everyone. This place is very strange. Be careful. Don't touch anything. Watch your step. There are star formations everywhere in this palace. There are star characters on the walls. Let's go and take a look. They're finally here. Jiang Changkong held the tricolor stone bead and didn't rush to go down. He went to the other rooms and found that these corpses didn't have any spatial equipment. Their weapons were either broken, decayed, or missing. He didn't rush to practice the formation. He planned to translate all these star characters after he went back. Now, while there was still time, he would go to the 3rd floor to have a look. As soon as he stepped on the stairs of the third floor, the voices came again. Be careful of the star formation. Everyone, pay attention. This place is strange. It should be left by a body refining martial artist. The strongest warriors. These star characters were all carved by the strongest warriors, close to God level. Attention, in addition to us, there is also Jiang Changkong here. Jiang Changkong has something to do with this place. He should go up. When Jiang Changkong heard this, he stopped listening and walked to the third floor. Don't go up. An old voice suddenly sounded. It was the ancient star characters. Jiang Changkong's hair stood on end. He turned around in horror. An old man stood quietly behind him. He didn't even notice how he came out. He had just seen this person. He was one of those corpses. Are you a human or a ghost? Jiang Changkong's heart was cold. The strangeness of this place was far beyond his imagination. In the battle palace, each person takes one thing. You have already taken it. If you take another, you'll be left behind. The old man turned a deaf ear to his question and said expressionlessly, Senior, what kind of palace is this battle palace? Is it really left by an immortal god? Jiang Changkong changed his attitude and asked respectfully, what kind of immortal god's opportunity was this? He only got the formation Dao, and all the star formation was the battle body. The old man didn't have the slightest change in expression and continued, each person takes one thing. Bear the consequences. Inform the others. After that, the old man disappeared. Not even his shadow could be seen. Jiang Changkong looked at the third floor but didn't go up. He began to go down. This place was too strange. The dead actually came out to talk to him. If they were ordinary people, it would be fine. But these corpses were extremely terrifying experts when they were alive. Walking down the stairs, a group of people appeared in his sight in the hall. After counting, there were a total of 23 people. Jiang Changkong couldn't see through any of them. All of them were astral bodies, and some were above astral bodies. When Jiang Changkong appeared, the eyes of the group gathered on him. Jiang Changkong. Hello, everyone. What did you see? Jiang Changkong walked over. Wait, don't come over. Why didn't they attack you? A middle-aged man said in a deep voice. The others also looked at him with vigilance. Because I am also a body-tempering martial artist. 6 force patterns appeared around Jiang Changkong's body. This is called a force pattern. The human-shaped pattern on the palace is the same as mine, a force pattern. When the body tempering reaches a certain level and is strong enough, a force pattern will be formed. Force pattern? Many martial artists were shocked. Some of them suddenly said, I see. I have seen it in some star texts. Legend has it that extremely strong body-tempering martial artists can explode stars with one punch and grab the sun and moon with their palms. A man glowing with red light said, I am Yao Chan's 5th uncle, Yao Qing of the Alcade Chamber of Commerce. I am at the peak of the astral body. You went up and looked. What is inside? There's a pile of corpses of experts inside. One of the corpses told me that each person can only take one item here. Otherwise, they will stay here. Jiang Changkong didn't hide anything. He informed them, this is called the Battle Palace. Legend has it that the immortal god's opportunity is hidden here. I don't know the details. Everyone looked at each other. What did you take? Star Array. If you want it, you can find it yourself, Jiang Changkong said lightly. But remember, you can only take one item. Haha, kid, who are you trying to fool? Did the corpse tell you that? A martial artist sneered and said, Call the corpse out if you can. It's up to you whether you believe it or not, Jiang Changkong said lightly. Yao Qing said, I believe you. Let's take a look at these star texts first. I will introduce some friends to you. This is Yan Qingyue's mother, Yan Shi. This is Nan Zhaokong of the Nan family. Hello, brother Jiang. The two nodded, slightly in greeting. Jiang Changkong responded to them one by one. He just stood at the side and didn't move. "Come over. If we really fight, this place can't stop us," a martial artist said. "This place only restricts those below the peak of the astral body." Jiang Changkong thought for a moment and walked over. Chapter 256. Those who could come to the battle palace were basically peak astral bodies. Those below peak were forbidden by the Federation. Yao Qing's group surrounded two middle-aged people, a man and a woman. The man was called Lin Feng. He had short hair and a cold expression. The woman was Hu Qinglan. Her face was covered by a veil. She was dressed in blue. Both of them were from the Federation. Jiang Changkong made a bold guess. These two were probably star-level martial artists. What is written in these star texts? I just learned the star text, and am not very familiar with it, Jiang Changkong said. Yao Qing pointed at a star text. These were left behind by the strongest near gods. Near gods? Jiang Changkong asked curiously. What realm are these martial artists? The top above the star level are Star Path, Star Sage, and Near Gods. We like to call them Near Gods. Yao Qing explained. Near Gods are the strongest martial artists in the Federation and the people closest to gods. According to the star texts, Near Gods are infinitely close to the legendary immortals. Infinitely close to the legendary immortals? Wasn't that a living god? Jiang Changkong muttered in his heart. Then what is written in these star texts? They are all near gods who came here to search for immortals and gods, and to leave their names. One must be near gods to leave their names. We've all tried, but we can't. Yao Qing looked slightly excited. So many near gods have come here. There must be great opportunities here. I haven't seen great opportunities, but I've seen great terror. Only near gods can leave their names, and only after leaving their names will they collect their corpses. Jiang Changkong felt a chill on his back. The second floor above was filled with near gods. He counted about 100 of them. If they ran out, they wouldn't just flatten Sin Realm, but Earth. Can I leave first? Jiang Changkong's face twitched. He didn't dare to think further. No. Lin Feng's expression was cold. You're the only one who has been here before. I need your experience later. Experience my ass. Experience my ass. Do you want it? Jiang Changkong rolled his eyes and didn't say anything else. He just watched them study the star text. These near gods all took something from the war palace and then left. Yao Qing looked at the star text and said excitedly, "These are all extraterrestrial powerhouses. This proves once again that other than the star demon, there are other life forms in the extraterrestrial world. Can't it be from ancient Earth?" Jiang Changkong muttered. It was hard to say. He had 3 palaces, a laurel tree, and a golden crow. What if they were really ancient people from Earth? Yao Qing's expression froze. I can't rule out that possibility. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see him. What a pity. You won't regret it. As long as you go up to the second floor, they'll all be seated, and you can look as much as you want. Jiang Changkong thought to himself, those who leave their names seek the immortal god's fortuitous encounter and leave behind their martial arts. Yao Qing continued, martial arts? 23 people became excited at the same time. Jiang Changkong wasn't excited at all. He only felt regret. Why couldn't he learn the star text right away? A near god's martial art was much more valuable than the star formation map he obtained. What celestial scriptures? They were all lies. Apart from the star text, there's nothing else valuable here. Let's go up, Lin Feng said. Okay, it's empty here. There's nothing else. The other martial artists looked up. A near god's martial art. It had to be up there. An immortal god's fortuitous encounter plus a near god's martial art. If this got out, it would definitely make the entire Federation go crazy. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything and followed them up again. Anyway, he wasn't going to take anything and just look around. There shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, These people wouldn't let him leave so easily. The group went up to the second floor and looked at the blood-colored rooms. None of them moved easily. Lin Feng looked at him. Jiang Changkong, you've been here before. Tell us. Yao Qing and the others also looked at him, waiting for him to speak. These blood doors are all formed by blood energy. There are more than 100 of them, and they're all corpses, Jiang Changkong said lightly. A cold smile appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Corpses? Where are the treasures? Treasures? There are no treasures, Jiang Changkong said lightly. You took it yourself, right? A middle-aged man sneered. His strength forced back the surrounding blood energy. Although this blood chi palace was strange, it was nothing in the face of this group of peak astral bodies or even stronger martial artists. Jiang Changkong smiled slightly. I said before, I can only take one thing from here. I have already taken a star formation. I can't take anything else. What a joke. How many can you take? That's just your mouth, the middle-aged man said coldly. How should I address you, big brother? Jiang Changkong cupped his hands politely. What? You want to remember me and find trouble with me when you have the strength? The middle-aged man scoffed. Remember, Sheng Jin, Jin Hansheng. Big brother, you misunderstand. I'm not looking for trouble with you, Jiang Changkong said with a smile. I want to exterminate your entire family. You enough, Yao Qing snorted, interrupting Jin Hansheng. Changkong is an ally of our 3 families. If you want to touch him, you have to ask us first. Hua Qinglan said lightly. All right, I believe Changkong's words. Moreover, Changkong just came here. Please introduce us. Jin Hansheng's gaze turned cold, and he glared at Jiang Changkong, withdrawing his killing intent. I'll let you off for now. Jiang Changkong opened and closed his eyes, ignoring him. He was an old enemy of Sheng Jin. He was present, or even the only high-level martial artist in the entire Federation who refined his body. Here, he received preferential treatment. These people did not dare to kill him easily. Plus, with the relationship between the 3 families, he was not afraid of Jin Hansheng. I said, they're all corpses. Moreover, every room is like this. You guys go see for yourselves. Jiang Changkong said. He paused and then said, they're all the corpses of seniors. I feel that you guys should pay your respects. It's not strange to be too polite. Lin Feng's gaze moved slightly, and he glanced at Jin Hansheng. Jin Hansheng's expression turned cold, and he shouted, playing tricks. You go in first. Jiang Changkong shrugged and directly walked over. He first cupped his hands and bowed. I have no choice but to disturb you again. Please forgive me, senior. Seeing the corpses that popped out, Jiang Changkong did not dare to act recklessly again. Like he said, it's not strange to be too polite. He would pay his respects first. After paying his respects, Jiang Changkong entered the blood energy door. The corpses sat cross-legged inside, and then he retreated. There was no tricolored stone bead, and this place did not make things difficult for him. He did not know if it was because of the greetings. Jiang Changkong walked out. It's fine. I'll continue paying my respects. I forgot about it before. Finishing, he paid his respects to the other doors. Yao, Qing, Qixi, and Nanshawking also followed and paid their respects. Hua Qinglan moved forward and also paid her respects. Only then did she enter and examine the corpses. Seeing that they were all fine, the others also followed in. Some people followed and paid their respects, and some did not. After paying his respects, Jiang Changkong looked at these people. Hua Qinglan, Yao Qing, and the others paid their respects very seriously, and it was not just once. They paid their respects outside the door, and after entering, they paid their respects again. With this comparison, Jiang Changkong discovered that he was not as respectful as these corpses that were close to gods. Just as he was hesitating whether or not to pay his respects again, something unexpected happened. The middle-aged woman's corpse that Hu Qinglan paid her respects shone with a dark green light, directly entering her forehead. Hua Qinglan's body shook, and her eyes shone with a green light as she heavily kowtowed. Chapter 257. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was clear and audible. Jiang Changkong felt pain for her. "Thank you for the inheritance, senior. I will not let you down," Hu Qinglan said with a hint of excitement, her voice crisp and melodious. "Jiang Changkong, I'm the one who got the tricolored stone pearl. Why did Hu Qinglan get the inheritance? It was because of what I said that she worshipped me. Thank you for the inheritance, senior. It's actually a Sun Star Force martial art. My Nan family has another top martial art," Nan Zhaokong said excitedly. "Thank you, senior. My Nan family. Thank you, senior. My Alcade Merchant Group, Jiang Changkong. What the F asterisk CK? Top-notch martial arts?" The Immortal Sutra was replaced with a high-tier star array. There were also 3 high-level martial artists who received the inheritance through the worship. "You all received the inheritance?" Lin Feng and the others had ugly expressions. They did not worship. There were also some insincere martial artists who worshipped perfunctorily. They were worse than Jiang Changkong and did not receive the inheritance. "Thank you, Changkong. So you were purposely reminding us to receive the inheritance." Hu Qinglan slowly stood up and bowed to him very solemnly. "Thank you, Changkong. We actually did not understand Changkong's painstaking efforts just now." Yao Qing and the others also bowed. "Thank you, Changkong." The other 3 who received the inheritance all bowed in thanks. The corner of Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. He said through gritted teeth, You're welcome." Can I say that I didn't know it all? The tricolored stone pearl did not say this. If it did, I would have come in and worshipped dozens of times and received the inheritance. The expressions of Lin Feng, Jin Hanqing, and the others became more and more ugly, but they still maintained their calm. Lin Feng forced out a smile. "I wonder what level the top martial art Qinglan received has reached." Hu Qinglan smiled slightly. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not. Of course it's close to God, as well as Senior's cultivation, comprehension, and experience. Jiang Changkong glanced at Hu Qinglan and saw the corner of her jade-like lips curled up under the light veil. This was intentional, to provoke Lin Feng. Sure enough, Lin Feng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, squeezing out a smile uglier than crying, "Congratulations!" Dong dong! The sound of kowtowing resounded. The cultivators who did not obtain the inheritance started to pay their respects again. Jiang Changkong glanced over and saw that Jin Hanqing was among them. He said indifferently, "What's the point of paying respects now? You are not sincere enough. You little brat, what do you know? This is just a dead person. There must be some kind of restriction. As long as he kowtowed and had the correct posture, he would receive the inheritance. Sincerity? Dead people can feel sincerity?" Jin Hanqing sneered and continued to kowtow. When the other cultivators who had not been sent out heard this, they felt that it made sense and started kowtowing as well. Jiang Changkong curled his lips and smiled, but he was muttering in his heart, "It seems to make sense." However, it was fine if he was really dead, but the key thing was that he could come back to life. Moreover, he had already obtained the inheritance of the array diagram, so it was unlikely that he would be able to obtain the inheritance of these people. Hu Qinglan's crisp voice was heard. "You said that you could only take one thing. The corpse told you that. Which senior's corpse?" "That one." Jiang Changkong pointed at a bloody door in the distance. Hu Qinglan walked over, and the others also gathered around. Jiang Changkong admired them. They were a bunch of idiots and daring. Hu Qinglan paid her respects and swept away the blood energy. There were no star symbols on the ground. She asked in confusion, "Changkong, there are no star symbols here. What did he tell you?" "He stood up and told me with his mouth," Jiang Changkong said indifferently. The cultivators were frightened and hurriedly retreated. Hua Qinglan also hurriedly left the small room, but her eyes were fixed on the old man's corpse. There was no change. This kid is scaring us. When we came in just now, I searched these corpses. Jean Hanqing sneered. If they could really stand up and talk, why would they let us search them? That's right. I searched them too, Lin Feng said. This kid is full of nonsense. Jean Hanqing sneered. A beam of star power flew out and landed on the corpse. The corpse did not react. The star power did not even tear the corpse's clothes. See? This is a corpse. It can stand up and talk to you. Are you hallucinating? Jean Hanqing sneered. Jiang Chongkong said sarcastically, You're not kowtowing anymore. You shut up. It's you who can't get the inheritance. You're making things difficult for Chongkong. What kind of ability is that? Hu Qinglan snorted, her eyes glowing with green light. Jean Hanqing did not dare to speak anymore. He snorted and retreated to the side. Let's go. There's nothing here. We'll go higher, Lin Feng said. I've never been to the 3rd level, Jiang Chongkong said. Lin Feng said coldly, lead the way. If you don't have the guts, then don't go up. After getting the inheritance, Hu Qinglan spoke up for Jiang Chongkong. Just now, when Jiang Chongkong said to pay homage, they followed to pay homage to get the inheritance. Yao Qing and the other two said calmly. Chongkong said that he will only take one item. We've already gotten it. We don't want to go up. Lin Feng's expression darkened. You guys dare to talk to me like this? Yao Qing sneered. We respected you before because we gave face to the Federation. Without the Federation, you are nothing in front of the 3 of us. There were top martial artists from the 3 families. They were really not afraid of Lin Feng. Not to mention, Hu Qinglan was still standing beside Jiang Chongkong. A hint of anger flashed across Lin Feng's face, but he forcefully suppressed it and did not explode. Aren't you curious about what's in the 3rd level? I'm really not curious. We've already gotten something. No matter how good it is, we can't take it anymore, Hu Qinglan said calmly. Jiang Chongkong was actually curious in his heart, but that old thing already came out and said that unless he had no other choice, he definitely would not go up. Go up together. Otherwise, we'll fight. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. Hu Qinglan's eyes flickered. Then you try. Let's go up. Jean Hanqing and the others spoke at the same time. There were a total of 23 people. 7 of them obtained the legacy and did not want to go up. The remaining 16 people would not get anything if they did not agree now. Why don't we go up? Yao Qing said in a low voice. They have many people. If we fight, we won't be their match. Hu Qinglan frowned and looked at Jiang Chongkong. Let's go up. We won't touch anything. No matter how good it is, we won't take it. There shouldn't be any danger. It was impossible to start a fight now. Jiang Chongkong's side definitely could not beat them. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chongkong said, Let me first ask if these seniors agree or not. After saying that, Jiang Chongkong bowed one by one. Seniors, I have no choice but to go up and take a look. I definitely won't take a second item. If you don't speak, I'll take it as you agree. Everyone looked at him with cold expressions and did not speak. Lin Feng and the others' eyes were filled with cold light, faintly revealing killing intent. Hu Qinglan and the others also bowed and repeated Jiang Chongkong's words. The corpses did not react. Jiang Chongkong heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go up together. Only then did the group step up the stairs to the 3rd level. This time, the corpses did not come out. It was unknown if they had listened to his words and agreed. Boom! The moment they stepped into the 3rd level, a tyrannical blood qi spread out. Lin Feng and Hu Qinglan, who were walking at the front, trembled at the same time. The others directly vomited a mouthful of blood. Their expressions were dispirited as they staggered back. Jiang Chongkong also felt extremely strong pressure. Chapter 258. Roar. A strange roar resounded, and 6 energy patterns appeared. The power of the star array on the 3rd level was too terrifying. These peak stars were all heavily injured. Although Lin Feng and Hu Qinglan weren't injured, their strength was greatly suppressed. Pay attention. The star array here has reached the star level. Lin Feng shouted and waved his hand. A golden barrier appeared and covered everyone. With the golden barrier protecting everyone, the pressure dissipated. They circulated their star power and healed their injuries. Jiang Changkong used his invincible Vajra body, and his injuries healed in an instant. Let's go. Lin Feng brought along the barrier and led everyone into the 3rd floor. Thick blood energy circled around the 3rd level, blocking everyone's sight. Jiang Changkong could only see 3 meters away. The group entered the 3rd level, and Lin Feng threw out a few golden stones. The golden stones flew out and emitted golden star power, forming a star array and dispersing the blood energy. Buzz! The 3rd level shook violently. The blood energy on the floor collided with the golden star power, trying to destroy it. This is a pinnacle star formation. How much power does this dilapidated palace have left? Lin Feng sneered and looked around. Jiang Changkong was also looking at the 3rd level. It was a wide space with hundreds of stone platforms. There were stone boxes on the stone platforms. Around the stone platforms were engraved ancient star characters. Near divinity martial arts. These are all near divinity martial arts. Lin Feng said excitedly, "Ha ha ha. So many near divinity martial arts. We're rich." Jin Hanqing laughed and pounced on the stone platform. "You can only take 1 item." Jiang Changkong said faintly, "Kid, shut up now. Do you want to take everything after we leave?" Jin Hanqing sneered. "I'm telling you, we want everything here." Lin Feng smiled and said proudly, "This palace is seriously damaged. If it was complete, I would be afraid. But now, it's at most a peak star level. With this barrier, we can suppress this place. As long as you're happy." Jiang Changkong didn't say anything. He couldn't stop people who wanted to die. "Changkong, is what you said true?" Yao Qing pulled him and whispered. Hu Qinglan and the other 2 also looked at him. Jiang Changkong nodded. "If they're fine, I'll tear this place down." If Lin Feng and the others didn't die, then it proved that the reanimated corpses were just scaring him. He would definitely tear down this palace. "Mine, it's all mine." One by one, the martial artists frantically rushed towards the stone platform, grabbing the stone box in their hands. "This stone box doesn't have any restrictive spells on it, so it can be easily opened," Jin Hanqing said excitedly. "Metal-type martial arts near deity level, everything is complete. I found a martial art of the same attribute. It's close to divinity," another martial artist said excitedly. "Why don't we run away while they're going crazy?" Jiang Changkong suggested. "Let's go." Hu Qinglan grabbed him and was about to leave. Lin Feng had already gone crazy. After taking 1 stone box, he went to take a second one. He was not satisfied at all. It was the same for Jin Hanqing and the others. They dared to take whatever they had. I'm going to create the number 1 power, and when that time comes, I'll have hundreds of people close to God. Starry Sky Expedition. When the time comes, we'll enter the starry sky and dominate the galaxy. Listening to these crazy words, Jiang Changkong and the others could only pray that they wouldn't die too quickly later. However, just as they turned around, their bodies stiffened at the same time. At the entrance of the 3rd floor, an old figure had appeared out of nowhere. His lifeless eyes were watching everything. "Senior, we didn't take a second one." Jiang Changkong and the others swallowed their saliva and subconsciously retreated. The old man was expressionless. His lifeless eyes shone on the crazy Lin Feng and the others. The 16 people who were still dreaming did not know that danger had already arrived. Ha bang! The laughter stopped abruptly. A pinnacle astral body silently exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist ignored the barrier and merged into the endless blood qi. What's going on? Lin Feng and the others hurriedly turned around and saw the old man at the entrance. They retreated in fear. The reanimated corpses. The old man looked at Jiang Changkong and the others. All of you, retreat behind me. Hu Qinglan's expression changed. Majestic astral power surged, and a dark green star appeared behind her, protecting Jiang Changkong and the others. Boom! With a glance, the star split open. Hu Qinglan's body shook, and blood splashed from her mouth. The old man's eyes were still lifeless. He turned his gaze to another pinnacle astral body. Bang! The pinnacle astral body exploded and turned into a blood mist. It ignored the barrier and merged into the blood qi. Hu Qinglan, are you okay? Jiang Changkong supported Hu Qinglan and infused his Tai Qi astral power into her to help her heal. I'm fine. Hu Qinglan's body glowed with a dark green light. Her injuries instantly healed, and the star behind her also recovered. This thing is strange. We can't fight it head-on. Everyone gathered together. Come over, Lin Feng shouted. More than 10 martial artists hurriedly gathered in front of Lin Feng. Jiang Changkong, what is this thing? Jin Hanqing shouted. Shut the F***ck up. This isn't my house. I told you to take one thing and leave. There's something wrong with the corpse. You just won't listen. Jiang Changkong roared. If not for the fact that he couldn't beat this group of people, he would definitely kill them. A bunch of B** stars. He didn't build this place. Lin Feng's expression was cold. Shut up, Jiang Changkong sneered. Shut up. Didn't you say you can suppress it? Come, suppress one and let me see. Lin Feng. He really couldn't suppress this situation. In a blink, the pinnacle of the astral body exploded and Hu Qinglan was injured. He was on par with Hu Qinglan. What could he use to suppress it? Hu Qinglan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This thing's attack is too strange. It can't be seen, and there are no fluctuations of astral power. Be careful. You and I should be able to take it down together. Can't see? Jiang Changkong frowned. Could it be that this old guy also knew something like the mind-controlling art? But this was a corpse. Then let's do it. Finish it quickly. Lin Feng shouted. Kill. The 2 astral warriors attacked at the same time. Terrifying astral power exploded and engulfed the old man. Jiang Changkong, Yao Qing, and the others quickly retreated. They activated the mind-controlling art and swept out. Invisible astral power spread out. Everything around them appeared in their minds. In the air, an invisible force was rushing towards the 2 of them. Then there was a tearing pain. Even their souls were shaking. They didn't dare to be careless. They hurriedly shouted, Hu Qinglan, your throat! Hu Qinglan's expression froze. Astral power protected his throat. Boom! The astral power shook. Hu Qinglan flew back. This time she was prepared and wasn't injured. Lin Feng's figure flashed and accurately chopped the old man's neck. Clang! Crack! The long sword broke. The violent astral power fell. The old man didn't move. Lin Feng's expression was shocked. He hurriedly flew back. Jiang Changkong rubbed his forehead. It still hurt. Seeing Lin Feng's sword break, he felt a bit hopeless. Can't you take out a better weapon? You're an astral warrior. Is there something wrong with you? The other warriors were also hopeless. Lin Feng, an astral warrior, couldn't break the old man's defense with his full strength? How is this possible? Lin Feng still couldn't believe it. His lower grade, 9 long sword broke. Just like that? I've seen the astral text. The battle palace will collect the corpses of those who left their names. Those corpses were close to gods when they were alive. Also, they could be close to gods. Everyone, the kind that could explode stars with one punch. Chapter 259. He was close to a god and could explode a star with one punch. He was also close to a god in body refinement, not to mention a low-grade Tier 9 sword. Even a top-grade one could not break his defense. "Be careful, Lin Feng, your chest!" Jiang Changkong shouted hurriedly. Lin Feng could not die now. He was the main combat power to stop the old man. A star appeared on Lin Feng's chest to protect him. Boom! Pucci! Blood sprayed out. Lin Feng flew back and crashed into a few peak astral body martial artists. Hu Qinglan's expression darkened. A basketball-sized dark green star appeared. Buzz! The basketball-sized dark green star did not even break the old man's clothes. It was like a small flame, extinguishing after a flash. "We can wait to die." Hua Qinglan took 2 steps back, despair in his eyes. A full power attack could not break his defense. The other astral body martial artists were in complete despair. The astral body martial artists' weapons were broken. A full power attack could not break his defense. What could they use to fight? Yao Qing suddenly said, "How did this corpse move? Is there a way to break it from the inside?" Hua Qinglan's eyes lit up. Star power surged in his palm, and the star appeared again. "Changkong, help me keep an eye on it." Jiang Changkong had a splitting headache. Hearing Yao Qing's words, he could not help but be tempted. Would his god-controlling art work? If not, there was still the tyrant blade. It could hurt people invisibly and attack from the inside. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong looked around again. He felt an invisible power and pushed Yao Qing away. Boom! The invisible power passed through where Yao Qing had been standing and hit the stone platform behind him. The stone platform did not move at all and was not damaged. "Everyone, hide behind the stone platform." Yao Qing saw this and shouted. Although this old man had a near-divine body, his attack power was only stronger than Hu Qinglan and Lin Feng. It was still within the astral body level. The martial artists quickly hid. At this time, Hu Qinglan's attack had already landed. Boom! The old man's body shook. An extremely strong force exploded, and Hu Qinglan flew out again. No, he has a majestic blood energy in his body. It should be activated by a star array. Hua Qinglan stood up and hid behind a stone platform. Star formation? Jiang Changkong narrowed his eyes. The soul-reigning art had already arrived in front of the old man, and the astral power directly drilled into the old man's body. Jiang Changkong clutched his forehead as blood oozed out of his 7 orifices. Blood chi runes appeared in his mind, weaving together. Inside the Stargate, the illusory soul body was very dispirited, becoming faint and unstable. This blood energy could directly harm his soul through the star power of the soul-reigning incantation. "What's wrong with you?" Mao, she pressed down on Jiang Changkong's shoulder, and a healing potion appeared in her hand. Soul, recovery, medicine. Jiang Changkong covered his face as blood seeped out. He was in so much pain that he could only make intermittent sounds. She hurriedly took out a black herb. "Here you go. It's at the peak of the 8th step. Is your soul injured?" Jiang Changkong directly swallowed the medicinal herb. Once the medicinal herb entered his body, it instantly turned into a majestic energy that penetrated Stargate and flowed into his soul spirit body. After being replenished, his faint soul immediately stabilized and then soared like a balloon. Jiang Changkong had a headache again. This time it wasn't because he was injured, but because he was too full. Countless star arrays appeared in his mind, and he compared them with the ones he had detected. An extreme sense of danger struck. Jiang Changkong's heart sank. He didn't dare to delay any longer. The soul-reigning incantation carried the majestic star power and rushed into the old man's body, changing the route of the star array. Buzz! The route of the star array changed. The sense of danger disappeared. An invisible force suddenly dissipated. Phew, it's all right. Jiang Changkong heaved a sigh of relief. It's all right? Mao, she looked outside, and her expression suddenly changed. "There's a movement." "What?" Everyone hurriedly looked over. The old man raised his palm, and a terrifying blood energy gathered. A star array appeared in Jiang Changkong's mind, and at the same time there were corresponding star texts. He was lucky that he could recognize most of them, and it wasn't an attack. "They should imprison us, not kill us." "Imprison?" Mao, she was slightly stunned. "You know about it?" Boom! In an instant, a monstrous blood energy filled the entire third level, and Lin Feng's top star barrier also shattered. Endless blood energy wrapped around them, and a terrifying pressure hit them. Jiang Changkong directly lay on the ground. The other martial artists weren't much better off. They all sat cross-legged and operated their star power to resist the blood energy and pressure around them. And the old man's figure also disappeared. Jiang Changkong breathed heavily. "We don't have to die for now. What did you do just now?" Mao, she propped up an astral power barrier for him. "Will you be okay if you use your star power? Don't you feel like your head is being pricked by needles?" Jiang Changkong frowned. "Mao," she said, "you mean the soul, right?" "Indeed, a little bit, but you can almost resist it when you reach the peak of the astral form. You're too weak. Just now you used a soul art, right? Such a dense blood energy. It would be strange if it didn't suppress you. This blood energy is so strong that I'm greatly suppressed, and I can't use my combat power." Jiang Changkong. The soul reigning art specialized in cultivating the soul. "So, it was also the soul reigning art's fault? You haven't told me yet. What did you do just now?" "Mao," she said, "I changed the star array inside the body and made it a prison," Jiang Changkong said. "You know the star array?" "Mao," she was surprised. Jiang Changkong shook his head. "I told you that I took the star array, but I don't know much about it. In an emergency, I could only change it to a star array that I know is not dangerous." "Then what should we do next? Can you break this array?" Mao, she asked. Jiang Changkong frowned. "I can, but do you think we can get out easily?" Mao, she was silent. If they broke the array, the old man would probably come out again. "If we break the array, we'll probably be imprisoned again, right? It's not life-threatening." "We can try," Lin Feng said. "I'm afraid you forgot about the other bodies," Jiang Changkong said. Then he closed his eyes and began to rest. "You needed soul herbs just now. Was your soul injured?" "I still have some." Mao, she took out a herb. "Top grade 7. "Thanks." Jiang Changkong didn't stand on ceremony. He took the herb and operated the soul-reigning art in his body to recover his soul. Hu Qinglan and Lin Feng were both injured. They took healing potions and began to heal. They were all high-level warriors. Except for Jiang Changkong, they were all at the peak astral body. They quickly recovered to their peak state. Jin Hanqing glanced at them and said, "Now that we're all trapped here, we can either wait for the Union's rescue or save ourselves. The near gods of the Union aren't here. Unless we wait for a few decades, it's even more impossible to save ourselves. There are more than 100 near-god corpses outside," a warrior said with a frown. Hu Qinglan opened her eyes. Her expression was cold. "Tell me, what's your plan?" "It's very simple." Jin Hanqing looked at Jiang Changkong. "His martial arts and star array. Then we'll wait for Changkong to wake up," Hu Qinglan said lightly. Jin Hanqing smiled faintly. "I think this life-saving thing should be in our own hands. What do you guys think?" The warriors looked at each other and said coldly, "I think what Jin Hanqing said makes sense." "That's right. It's better to know how to save ourselves." Lin Feng looked at Hu Qinglan. Chapter 260. The celestial warriors of the Federation had all gone on an expedition into space. There was no way anyone would come to save them. They didn't think anyone below the celestial warriors had the ability to save them from here. Hu Qinglan's expression was cold. "Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" If it weren't for Chang Kong, you'd be dead already. Qi Shi, Yao Qing, and Nance Hawking stood up and surrounded Jiang Chang Kong. You need to have some conscience. If you want to touch him, ask us first. Lin Feng sneered. With just you. Hua Qinglan's expression darkened. She looked at the three. What about you? You got the inheritance. And now you still want to deal with Chang Kong? The three warriors' expressions were cold. Sorry, we think they're right. Lin Feng stood up straight, his star power surging. He said coldly, Hua Qinglan, you only have 4 people, and we have 17. Hua Qinglan's body shone with green starlight. Lin Feng, you're getting more and more disgusting. If it weren't for Chang Kong, you'd be dead already. Hua Qinglan, don't pretend to be sanctimonious. I don't believe that you're not tempted by Jiang Changkong's martial arts. Lin Feng sneered. Let's cut the crap. Attack! Kill! Hua Qinglan roared. Green starlight bloomed, but only 1/10 of its power was left. Astral body warriors were even worse off. In a real battle, their star power could only be 3 meters away from their bodies. Attack! Yao Qing and the other 2 rushed up at the same time. Hua Qinglan alone couldn't stop them. Boom! Star power intertwined. Hua Qinglan, Yao Qing, and the other 2 flew back at the same time. They crashed into the stone platform, blood spraying everywhere. Ha! This suppression is not bad. We can also hurt astral body warriors. A middle-aged warrior had an excited expression. He stared at Hua Qinglan. You usually ride on our heads and act like a tyrant. Today we'll get back at you all. And these 3 top forces. Ha! If you all die here today, who will know how you died? Lin Feng said coldly, his killing intent boiling. That's right. The suppressive force here is terrifying. Astral bodies have a chance to slaughter astral bodies. Star embryos can also slaughter astral bodies and astral bodies. A faint voice that was suffused with a trace of coldness resounded out. That's right, wait. Jin Hanqing sneered. He suddenly paused and looked in the direction of the voice. Jiang Changkong, when did you wake up? Jiang Changkong laughed coldly as his body glowed with a golden light. I haven't fallen asleep at all. I've been watching you all the time to see what you're doing. That's perfect. Tell us all your martial arts, and we can give you a quick death. Lin Feng said indifferently. So many near-godly cultivation techniques, yet you're still unable to satisfy them. Jiang Changkong let out a soft sigh, and a brilliant golden light blossomed. A bunch of jackals and wolves who don't know how to repay kindness. I can save you, so I can kill you. Chang Kong. Hua Qinglan and the other 3 hurriedly got up. Just as they were about to say something, Jiang Changkong had already rushed out. Roar! A roar resounded as 6 power patterns manifested. Jiang Changkong's body expanded, and the power patterns increased exponentially. A berserk aura and vigorous blood, qi, shook the surroundings. 3-foot golden body. The brilliant golden light was dazzling, and the power patterns attached to his fist. A punch landed. You're courting death. Jin Hanqing snorted coldly, thrusting out with his sword. Boom! The punch landed, blood qi shook, and golden blood dripped down. Jin Hanqing was directly sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His fist was cut open, and golden blood dripped down. Jin Hanqing climbed up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm getting more and more interested in your martial arts. It's a pity that you're too weak. I can instantly recover from this injury. Jiang Changkong, I advise you to cooperate with us. Otherwise, we can completely dismantle you. Lin Feng sneered. You really think you're that near-godly corpse? Even if we're suppressed, you can't compare to us. Jiang Changkong's wounds quickly healed. Guys, lend me a weapon and help me delay a few people. Low-grade tier 9, it should suit you. Hua Qinglan took out a long blade. It was of the metal attribute. Still want to struggle? Lin Feng said coldly, "Today, I will definitely kill all of you, I promise." Jiang Chankong's huge body swayed, the power patterns roared, and he attacked again. "Idiot, even if you have a low-grade Tier 9 weapon, you can't change the truth." Jin Hanxing attacked again, his long sword vibrating. A dark green long sword appeared in Hu Qinglan's hand, and she blocked Lin Feng and the 3 celestial body martial artists at the same time. The other 3 martial artists blocked the other 3 martial artists. The remaining 10 cultivators all surrounded Jiang Chankong to kill him. Puchi! The sound of a sharp sword piercing into flesh could be heard. Even the defense of the 3-meter golden body could not block a top-grade Tier 8 weapon. But this group of people did not dare to stab the vital parts. They did not dare to kill Jiang Chankong. Before obtaining the star formation and his martial arts, if Jiang Chankong died, they could forget about leaving this place alive. Jin Hanxing stabbed his sword into Jiang Chankong's arm, his expression cold, and was about to retreat. "You can't leave," Jiang Chankong said coldly. 6 power patterns were like golden ropes, trapping Jin Hanxing, and the Tier 9 long sword fell. Jin Hanxing smiled disdainfully, his star power shook, and the long sword blocked the long sword. "You want to kill me like this?" Bang! A silver-white light flashed, and a head flew out. "Come, show me how to regenerate broken limbs." Jiang Chankong said coldly, a silver-white long sword glowing with a cold light. Jin Hanxing's head grew out quickly. "You!" Another big head flew out. Golden blood rolled down, fusing into the blood energy, and some of it splashed on Jiang Chankong's face. "Continue. Let me see how many heads you have." Puchi! The long sword kept rushing into his body, and there were many more wounds on Jiang Chankong's body, golden blood dripping continuously. Jiang Chankong did not seem to feel anything, and let the long sword tear through his defense and pierce into his body. The silver-white long sword continued to slash, chopping off one head after another. The silver Yu-Gai swayed, glowing with a cold light. "There's something wrong with that sword." A martial artist shouted angrily and leaped forward, his long sword slashing at Jiang Chankong's right hand that was holding the sword. Roar! The power pattern roared, and the headless Jin Hanxing blocked in front of him. Puchi! The long sword pierced through Jin Hanxing's body, and the martial artist's face turned cold. The power pattern wrapped around the martial artist, and the silver-white light fell again. 2 heads flew up. Jiang Chankong grinned, golden blood gushing out of his mouth. "Another one. Let me see how many more there are. He's AF * King Lunatic." The martial artists at the back were shocked, and angry. They had lost count of how many times they had stabbed. Although they would not kill Jiang Chankong, wouldn't it hurt? "Throw them over. I can suppress the weak ones," Hu Qinglan shouted. Jiang Chankong did not hesitate, and directly threw the 2 over. The golden power pattern turned and rushed towards the other martial artists. "Don't hesitate. Suppress them directly. Just leave them alive," a martial artist shouted angrily. "If I don't expose myself, I can only try." Jiang Chankong sighed and put his essence, chi, and spirit on the high-tier, low-grade battle body star diagram. Boom! In an instant, thousands of star diagrams floated in his mind, and all kinds of wonders surged into his mind. Roar! The 6 power patterns vibrated and actually retracted rapidly, wrapping around the surface of Jiang Chankong's body. The terrifying power and dense blood chi shook the surroundings. The surging blood chi in the surroundings crazily poured into Jiang Chankong's body. Roar! Another strange roar came from the 2nd floor of the palace. The corpses that should have been dead once again let out the power pattern roar. Chapter 261. Roar! The power patterns roared and the 3-story palace shook. Blood energy surged in the surroundings. Countless ripples spread out from the star formation formed by his blood chi. A tyrannical suppressive force swept over, and one by one, the celestial body martial artists fell to the ground. Hua Qinglan and Lin Feng, the two star body warriors, also gave up fighting. They quickly sat down and circulated star power to resist the pressure. Pucci, blood splattered everywhere, and the two stellar bodies quickly retracted their astral force. They looked at Jiang Changkong, who was shrouded in blood qi, in horror. I knew this kid was up to no good. Lin Feng stared at the blood energy. 6 power patterns crisscrossed and pulled the blood energy around to form a mysterious star array. Roar! The 6 power patterns intertwined and roared. The star embryo in Jiang Changkong's body released a vast amount of blood energy. It merged into the power patterns and intertwined. Invisible force, silent force. Blood energy subdues evil, shatters the void. Ancient star runes appeared, and all kinds of profound meanings appeared in Jiang Changkong's mind. Star body, or battle body. Earth's star body was called battle body by the battle palace. Star body warriors formed the most basic star body. Star body warriors formed a higher level star body and completely changed their body. The so-called celestial scripture fragments in the battle palace were the star bodies of body refinement warriors, also known as the force pattern battle body. And these star arrays were formed by the profound meaning of stars and the cultivation of the Tao. According to the information in his mind, this was information that top warriors could only come into contact with Star Path. It was just that after many years of development and evolution, these profound meanings were constantly simplified and weakened so that the star embryo and star body could bear it. This was also the secret of the star bodies of the top forces. The reason why those geniuses could cultivate a part of the star body was because they used their bodies to bear the incomplete star array route. The power patterns ran through the body and merged into every inch of flesh and blood. A vast amount of blood energy fused into the power patterns and formed a complete star body. The force pattern battle body after Desheng could explode the star with one punch and take the sun and moon with one palm. The star embryo level force pattern battle body was only the most basic, but it was enough. This was the battle palace, the place where the star arrays gathered. If one cultivated the force pattern battle body and knew about the star arrays, they could do whatever they wanted here. Countless insights emerged in Jiang Changkong's mind. It was not just a star array. High-tier, low-grade battle physique star array was made up of hundreds and thousands of star arrays. What he understood was the profound meaning of these star arrays. As long as he didn't seek his own death by randomly changing the star arrays here, he would be able to pass through unimpeded. Moreover, with the cohesive rune battle physique, this place would no longer suppress him. After figuring it out, Jiang Changkong realized what kind of treasure he had obtained. It was more useful than any of the near-divine arts here. What he lacked was the method to cultivate his battle physique. Rumble. The palace shook violently. That strange roar came again, and it was getting closer and closer. What's that? Hua Qinglan looked at the entrance and exclaimed. Its body was several zhang thick, and it had a divine dragon head formed from blood energy. Its eyes were blood red, and it had no claws on its body. Force pattern, Lin Feng, and the rest turned pale. This power pattern was much bigger than Jiang Changkong's. Jiang Changkong's was only as thick as an arm, but this power pattern was several zhang long. Wherever the divine dragon passed by, blood and qi surged. The terrifying pressure made Lin Feng and Hua Qinglan, the two star martial artists, prostrate. Crack! The sound of bones cracking rang out. The peak star body warriors couldn't bear this pressure, and all the bones in their bodies were shattering. The divine dragon came to Jiang Changkong's side and opened its mouth. An invisible force flew out, and the blood energy in the surroundings was forcibly poured into Jiang Changkong's body. A mysterious star pattern emitted dazzling golden light. It flew out of the power pattern and imprinted between Jiang Changkong's eyebrows. After that, the divine dragon disappeared. The martial artists didn't even know how it disappeared. The palace stopped shaking, and the pressure disappeared. The group of people panted heavily. When the golden star pattern entered his body, Jiang Changkong's star embryo seemed to have sensed it and started to shake violently. The star pattern rushed into his dantian, entered the stargate, and imprinted between the star embryo's eyebrows. Buzz! As the star pattern entered his body, the changes in Jiang Changkong's body suddenly accelerated. The structure of the star array was almost completed in the blink of an eye. The 6 power patterns seemed to be stimulated, and the structure also sped up. The star pattern between the eyebrows of the star embryo quickly absorbed the blood energy outside into his body and transformed it into energy for the structure of the star array. In one breath, Jiang Changkong's star array was more than half completed. Hu Qinglan and the others looked at Jiang Changkong seriously. At the same time, they took medicine to recover from their injuries. What do you think Jiang Changkong got just now? Lin Feng's eyes were cold. You're still thinking about this at this time. Aren't you afraid that the power pattern will kill you? Hu Qinglan said coldly. That power pattern should also be driven by the star array. What Jiang Changkong got should be the same as what you got, an inheritance close to a god. Lin Feng calmly analyzed. His cultivation method should have attracted the body close to a god. That's why he got such an opportunity. In that case, he also took 2 things, a martial artist said. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be trapped here, Yao Qing said coldly. Lin Feng said coldly, all right, shut up. We've already fought just now. Recover from your injuries. This time, remember clearly. Just leave a breath. The blood energy dissipated, and the 30-meter golden body disappeared. Jiang Changkong's body returned to normal size. The star array had been completed, but he did not wake up. Instead, he was sorting out the information about the star array and stabilizing his cultivation. The star array he had constructed was completely different from the one in his mind. It was the most suitable one for him, just like his cultivation method. His ability to upgrade could change martial arts to be suitable for him. The same was true for this star array. Even if he gave this star array to another body practitioner, they would only be able to create an ordinary star array, which was far inferior to him. There was another gate in his dantian. It was the stargate of the Tao of power pattern arrays. His star power also increased. There's no translation for these star words. In Jiang Changkong's mind, a large number of star words were not translated. He did not have the ability to do so. All of his understanding of formations and his understanding of formations were brought about by leveling up. He understood all the arrays, but he did not understand the introduction of star words. As time passed, countless mysterious lines appeared on Jiang Changkong's skin. They glowed and resonated with the star array on the ground. Star array. Lin Feng and the others looked at Jiang Changkong in surprise. Moreover, it was a complete star array. He stepped into the star body realm. Jin Hanqing was also shocked. No, his aura is still in the star embryo realm. He has not stepped into the star body realm. Lin Feng thought carefully and figured out the key point. That power pattern only helped him condense a star array. It is not the real star body realm. I see. It's just that one more star array can't change the fact, Jin Hanqing said coldly. Just now, he had broken away from Hu Qinglan's suppression and regrown his head. Jiang Changkong slowly opened his eyes and looked at Jin Hanqing. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Regrown your head? Kid, we won't hold back this time. Lin Feng stood up and a golden star appeared behind him. The rest of the martial artists also slowly stood up. The bones crushed by the power pattern had all recovered. This was a star body martial artist. They could be called an unkillable cockroach. Jiang Changkong grinned. I've decided to send all of you to hell. Kill! Everyone shouted coldly and rushed forward. Chapter 262. Changkong, watch out! Hu Qinglan and the other 3 hurriedly took action. However, a blood barrier rose up and isolated them. Haha, it seems that I can't help you here. Take him down. Lin Feng sneered, and the astral power shrouded him. Now it's my turn to open the array. Jiang Chongkong smiled, and an invisible force spread out. The third floor of the palace shook again. The star array on the ground glowed with a thick blood light, and Jiang Chongkong suddenly disappeared. Boom! The astral power fell and stirred up the blood, but none of it touched Jiang Chongkong. What's going on? Many martial artists looked at Jiang Chongkong in surprise. There was nothing there. Behind. Lin Feng's expression changed, and he punched behind him. Clang! It was as if he had struck a copper bell, and an extremely powerful, rebounding force spread out, acting on his arm. Puff! Lin Feng's body trembled and his chest caved in. Blood spilled out, and he stepped back in horror. Did you become that corpse? I can explain it to you. The Tao of Force is invisible. Jiang Chongkong's eyes were full of coldness. Thank you so much for letting me understand the star array at the critical moment. Kill him. We have so many people. Surround him. Jin Hansheng shouted angrily. No matter how strong he is just a star fetus. He can't kill us. Lin Feng let out a cold roar, once again pouncing over. Jiang Chongkong's eyes glowed with bright golden light like two suns. You are too naive. As soon as he said that, the bright golden light was dazzling and countless golden and red patterns appeared around him. Boom! Blood surged and the star array on the ground bloomed with blood light. All the martial artists who rushed over were sent flying. Crack! Puff! Bones were broken and blood was splashing. All kinds of sounds were heard. Astral power. You can use astral power? Many martial artists exclaimed in horror. That dazzling golden light was completely made up of astral force, although it was also mixed with an invisible force. I can transform it. Do you want to try? Jiang Chongkong smiled faintly as he infused his golden body's astral energy into the starry array. With the help of the condensed celestial body, the body refinement star power could be unleashed invisibly. He, on the other hand, could transform all the martial arts into the star force of one martial art. If he used his full strength, he could completely suppress this group of people and beat them up. Celestial body? Stars? Being suppressed into a weakling here. Other than having a strong recovery ability and endurance, there was nothing else he could do. Boom, boom, invisible energy constantly fell on the bodies of many martial artists, shattering their bones and shaking their internal organs. Bang, bang, one by one, the martial artists landed. An invisible force enveloped them, firmly suppressing them. Jiang Chongkong waved his hand, and a streak of golden light poured into the star array on the floor. Buzz! The star formation shook and released countless wisps of blood energy that bound them to the ground like ropes. That's much better. Jiang Chongkong held the moon sword and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. What do you want? Lin Feng shook his head in horror. He kept activating his star force, but he couldn't break free. Don't worry. I'm just here to confirm whether this sword can tear the defense of the stars. Jiang Chongkong pressed Lin Feng's head and slashed the tip of the sword without using any force. Dong dong! A head rolled out. The sharpness of the sword was completely beyond Jiang Chongkong's imagination. A top-level weapon. That's a top-level weapon. The martial artists shouted in horror. Cutting their heads with a top-level weapon would definitely kill them one by one. Jin Hansheng's body was shaking. He had been cut more than once. The sword was so sharp that he couldn't even feel the pain. Hua Qinglan, who was isolated, said in shock, "A top-level weapon." That's not a top-level weapon. It should be a fragment of a top-level weapon. Jiang Changyue's sword. She opened her eyes and explained. Jiang Changyue has a moon sword, which is a top-level 6th-rank weapon. But he has a sword tip that can easily cut high-level materials. I see. Hua Qinglan came to a realization and said, A fragment of a top-level weapon is not bad. Yes, but it's not complete. She had a look of pity. If it was a complete top-level weapon, just the power it released would be able to kill a normal star. Dong dong! The head rolled again and blood splattered out. The golden blood lit up the surroundings. Jiang Changkong kept his sword and continued to cut off heads, one after another. Jiang Changkong, I admit my mistake. Let me go. After we get out, I won't find trouble with you. Jiang Changkong, from now on, you are my big brother, my biological big brother. After we get out, what's mine is yours. Let me go. I was wrong. I shouldn't have bitten the hand that fed me. I shouldn't have attacked you. The martial artists went crazy. A few of them almost had a mental breakdown. It was too scary. This was a real lunatic. Lin Feng, who was at the star level, was continuously being cut off. If this continued, he would definitely be cut to death. No matter how strong one's recovery ability was, there would always be a limit. If Lin Feng died, it would be their turn. Jiang Changkong turned a deaf ear to their words. Actually, he had a better way, but it would expose his identity. For example, the Tyrant Blade. He felt that the Tyrant Blade was specially created to kill such high-level martial artists. They would be smashed into powder from the inside. No matter how heaven-defying their recovery ability was, they would be turned into ashes. Could they recover? Of course, the difference in strength was too great. The Tyrant Blade would at most severely injure them internally, but now they were suppressed to this extent. If the Tyrant Blade went down, he would definitely kill one of them in 3 strikes. He could have used the Tyrant Blade to deal with the corpse earlier, but he didn't and chose the God-controlling art. Now he wouldn't use it either. Jiang Changyue, continue to be friends. This wasn't the time for the two of you to become one. Jiang Changkong and Jiang Changyue were already monstrous enough when they were separated. If they became one, the entire Federation would probably explode. As for him, he didn't have invincible strength yet. Who knew what would happen if word got out? The rolling heads eventually turned into astral power and dissipated. Another head rolled out, and Jiang Changkong felt like he could smell the stench of urine. The cultivators' faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling. Jiang Changkong said disdainfully, "Astral body martial artists, do you only have this much courage?" "Don't. You have to kill me. I'll listen to you in the future. I'll listen to you. I'll serve you as my master in the future. If you want me to catch a dog, I won't catch a chicken. If you want me to go east, I won't go west." The martial artists closed their eyes and shouted in fear. Jiang Changkong chuckled and said, "Don't be like this. As a high-level martial artist, you have to have some dignity. It's okay. I'm very fast. You won't feel any pain. Look, Lin Feng doesn't even complain." The astral body martial artists were even more afraid. Jin Hanqing was the most afraid and didn't dare to say a word. Lin Feng didn't complain? Could he call out? His head was cut off as soon as it grew out. How could he complain? Jiang Changkong said to himself, "I'm a person who keeps his promises. If I say I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Unless those corpses ran out and saved you, or a celestial being came or something." But the celestial being of the Federation wasn't here. With the current situation in the palace, the top martial artists below the celestial being level would probably be buried here. Jiang Changkong also knew about the power pattern that was several feet thick. He wanted to change the formation to block it, but he didn't feel any danger and trusted his 5 senses. He felt that there was something wrong with that corpse. The power pattern could still move even after death. Only a celestial being would be able to find out the secret of that corpse. If there was danger then, he would have taken out the tricolored stone bead. It was left behind by that corpse, so there wouldn't be any accidents. Chapter 263. Following the rolling of the head, Lin Feng's aura weakened from its previously powerful state. Heads fell one after another. As his life aura weakened, the other martial artists became more and more terrified. Jiang Changkong felt that if he continued like this, he might drive a few people crazy. It wasn't that their mental endurance was weak, but that Lin Feng, whom Jiang Changkong had chosen, was one of the two strongest among them. It was impossible for them not to panic when a stellar-level Lin Feng was cut up like this. Hua Qinglan and the other three were isolated. They were also heavily suppressed. It was impossible for them to break through the defense. Changkong, let us come over. How long are you going to keep cutting like this? Hua Qinglan said. They couldn't watch anymore. This scene was too terrifying, even though they were used to killing and had killed many people. But they had never seen such a thing. Heads grew out, were cut off, grew out, and cut off again. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to take it. I actually forgot that you're a stellar-level expert. Jiang Changkong didn't stop. Then come and help me. Kill them as soon as possible. Hua Qinglan's mouth twitched. You really want to kill them all? I'm a person who keeps his promises, Jiang Changkong said expressionlessly. Besides, if I don't kill them, do you think they'll let me go after we get out? They might be so scared now, saying that they would worship him as their master. If they really got out and didn't have the star formation suppression, things would be completely different. These people would definitely turn against him and think of a way to kill him. Even if Hua Qinglan was willing to protect him, she couldn't always. The best way was to keep his word and kill all of them. Yao Qing frowned slightly. If these people die, the Federation will lose many high-level martial artists. Brother Yao Qing, we're all adults, Jiang Changkong said in a low voice. Don't be so naive. Hua Qinglan's eyes lit up. You know how to get out? It should be fine, Jiang Changkong said. Hearing this, Hua Qinglan's expression darkened. After we get out, just say that the corpses killed them. Didn't Changkong master invisible power? Although this attack is strange, I can still sense it if I calm down. Jiang Changkong said, if he could face it calmly, even if he couldn't sense that power, he would still be able to sense the danger. Previously, everyone present was scared out of their wits. Jiang Changkong didn't know, so he could only use the soul-controlling art to sense it. Now that he had mastered this technique and condensed a celestial body, he didn't feel anything. The four of them rolled their eyes. You've learned it, so of course you don't think it's a big deal. After we get out, you can use this power to injure us. We don't want to be treated. We'll bring our injuries back and let the Federation do some research on us. Hua Qinglan said faintly, push everything to the corpses. Leave the rest to us. All right. Jiang Changkong nodded. He activated the formation and dispersed the isolated blood qi. Hua Qinglan, Yao Qing, this is murder. Can you face the Federation? Jin Hanqing shook his head violently as he cried out in terror. Although Hua Qinglan and the others were greatly suppressed, the quality of their star power and their means were far superior to Jiang Changkong's. Jiang Changkong could only rely on the tip of his sword, but Hua Qinglan and the others could kill them with their bare hands. Leave this one alive. I'll kill him myself. Jiang Changkong pointed at Jin Hanqing. Hua Qinglan nodded and came in front of an astral body martial artist. She bent her fingers and pressed on the martial artist's head. Don't kill me. We're all working for the Federation. With a bang, his head exploded. The green starlight entered his body and cut off all his vitality. Hua Qinglan's 5 fingers extended out 5 green lights. Like vines, they pierced into the bodies of the 5 astral body martial artists. Jiang Changkong could clearly sense that the vitality of the 5 astral body martial artists was weakening. Moreover, this weakening speed was terrifying. In a few breaths, the peak astral body martial artists' vitality dissipated and they turned into corpses. Devouring vitality. Jiang Changkong was slightly surprised. Hua Qinglan nodded. The wood element's healing ability is very strong. The devouring of vitality is also very strong. Jiang Changkong thought of his Holy Sun art. It could illuminate all things, nourish and kill. It was similar to Hua Qinglan. Should I try using the city Holy Sun art? Forget it. I've already shown enough. It's better to hide it. Moreover, Hu Qinglan was fast enough. Yao Qing and the other two were also peak astral body martial artists. They had many methods to kill people of the same level, but they were slower than Hu Qinglan. Jiang Chongkong continued to chop Lin Feng. A few minutes later, except for Jin Hansheng, who still had a breath left, and Lin Feng, who was being chopped by Jiang Chongkong, the other martial artists were all dead. There was no sign of life. They were all dead. Why don't you do it? Jiang Chongkong chopped off another head. It was still not dead. This time he used a lot of strength. The tip of the sword easily pierced into the floor and was easily pulled out. Forget it. I'll continue chopping first. No need. He can still take 5 more slashes. I'll cultivate first. I'm a little full. After Hu Qinglan finished speaking, she sat down cross-legged. Her body emitted a dark green light. Full. Jiang Chongkong was slightly taken aback. I don't know. Yao Qing and the other two shook their heads. They didn't know either. Jiang Chongkong continued to chop Lin Feng. After the 5th slash, this astral body martial artist was finally dead. Then it was Jin Hansheng. Don't kill me, Puchi. Jiang Chongkong directly slashed down and picked up a head. 23 people. Excluding these 4, there were still 19 left. Of course, what Jiang Chongkong was talking about was the spatial equipment. The spatial equipment of the martial artist killed by the corpse was still there. There were star stones and star crystals inside. I'm rich. Jiang Chongkong was excited. At this time, he finally had time to check his own data. Jiang Chongkong, late-stage astral embryo high tier, low-grade martial art, 3-foot golden body, Deshang 1/1800000 Taiji Yin Yang art, Deshang 1/1800000 Overlord blade, Deshang 1/1800000 Holy Sun art, Deshang 1/1800000 God, controlling art, Deshang 1/1800000 Bright Moon art, Deshang 1/1800000 White Cloud 9-layered sutra, Deshang 1/1800000 High tier low grade array, Battle body star formation, incomplete Deshang 1/1800000 essence, energy and spirit, 141155. For according to his current strength, he should be comparable to the early stage astral body. Previously, he barely had the destructive power of the early stage astral body. Hu Qinglan woke up and looked at Jiang Chongkong. Can we leave now? Yes. Jiang Chongkong stood up. He didn't want to stay any longer. The 4 stood up, and Yao Qing asked, how do we get out? Of course, with this. Jiang Chongkong waved the Taiji Yin sword in his hand. How do we get out? The 4 frowned and asked in confusion. Open a hole and get out. Jiang Chongkong walked to the wall of the 3rd floor. If he opened a hole here, he should be able to get out directly. That way, he wouldn't have to expose the tricolored stone bead. Don't joke around. Although your sword is powerful, this is a place where only near gods can leave their names. Yao Qing shook her head and smiled. But before she could finish, she choked. A stone had been cut off by Jiang Chongkong. He really cut it off. This is a weapon fragment of near gods, right? Hu Qinglan was also shocked. Where did you get the tip of your sword? Changyue picked it up. Don't think about it. Jiang Chongkong looked at her warily. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Hu Qinglan said indifferently, don't worry. If it was whole, I might be jealous. Forget about fragments. By the way, do you want to leave your names? There will be something to collect your corpse after you die. Jiang Chongkong winked. Yao Qing and the other 2 said, unhappily, to hell with it. I don't want to. You're cursing us. Hu Qinglan's eyes flashed. Carve my name. It's an honor to be able to leave my name here. I'll leave one too. Jiang Chongkong carved his name. This is great. If I die one day, there will be something to collect my corpse. My corpse won't be exposed in the wilderness. Chapter 264. Hu Qinglan Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong engraved the names in star script. They were quite good. Do you want to write down your deeds or something? Let's go. What deeds? Let's leave this place first, Yao Qing urged. They didn't want to stay here anymore. It was too scary. Who knew if the corpse would crawl up again and kill them? Jiang Changkong spun the sword quickly. Stone chips flew everywhere, and a hole was gradually revealed. You're too slow. Let me do it, Lao Shi said. She was a cultivator of the lunar astral power. This sword was more suitable for her. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment and handed the sword to her. It's only at the peak of the 6th level. It can't bear your astral power. Lao Shi smiled. As long as the tip can. Don't worry about my mastery of the lunar astral power. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything else. Lao Shi poured her astral power into the tip of the sword and activated the lunar astral power inside. Instantly, a sword intent that could cut through the heavens and earth erupted. A terrifying chill filled the air. Even Jiang Changkong shivered. Yao Qing, Nan Zhaogong, and Hu Qinglan also shivered. The tip of the sword vibrated and pierced into the hole. Boom! With a loud bang, the hole expanded rapidly. In an instant, a round hole half the size of a person appeared. Bloody light flashed outside, and thick blood energy rushed in. Let's go. Lao, she returned the lunar sword to him. I'll need to rely on you after we get out. Don't worry, rumble. As soon as Jiang Changkong spoke, the blood-colored palace shook again. An invisible pressure swept out. Roar! The power rune howl appeared again. The expressions of all 5 changed. Let's go. That thing is coming, Hu Qinglan shouted urgently. Jiang Changkong didn't dare to hesitate. He was the first to get out of the hole and leave the palace. The other 4 followed closely. Golden patterns appeared on Jiang Changkong's body, and he shone with golden light. Blood energy, activate the formation, power rune battle physique. Jiang Changkong shouted. The astral body opened, and countless patterns appeared. 6 power runes appeared again, forming a mysterious star formation. The star formation enveloped the 5. Ignoring the surrounding blood energy and pressure, they shot into the sky. Roar! Li Wen's roar became louder and louder, shaking the heavens and earth. The surrounding space was shattering. Faster, faster, Hu Qinglan urged. Yao Qing and the other 2 looked nervous as they grabbed onto Jiang Changkong tightly. Their nails broke through his defense and pierced into his flesh. You don't have to be so scared, right? Jiang Changkong looked at him speechlessly. This time, he didn't feel any danger. However, what was going on just now? Why did the power pattern suddenly shout again? Previously, it could be said that he wanted to condense the rune battle body and activate the power rune. But just now, they had only released the power of the moon star, Zhang Jiangdao. A thought flashed through Jiang Changkong's mind. Back then, the 3 great palaces and the lunar sword tip. Could it be related to the lunar palace? Was the broken moon sword located in the moon palace? As he pondered, Jiang Changkong put away the extreme Yin sword. The pressure started to weaken. The floating blood qi and the condensed star formation were fusing into the palace. It's okay. Hu Qinglan heaved a sigh of relief. That thing didn't chase after us. All right, everything's fine now. Hu Qinglan heaved a sigh of relief. That thing didn't chase after us. Jiang Changkong nodded his head. They had already reached the barrier of Sin domain. The 4 of them rushed out. The pressure disappeared, and the star power recovered. The 4 of them dashed out. The pressure around them dissipated, and their astral powers were restored. The blood qi had returned to the palace. Above the blood qi palace, a martial artist stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at him. The blood qi had already returned to the palace. A martial artist stood on the blood chi palace with his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at him. He knew this martial artist. He was the one who left behind the tricolored stone bead. Chong Kong, hurry up and come up. What are you looking at? Holy shit, he ran out. Yao Qing saw that he was in a daze. She followed his gaze and was immediately stunned. Chong Kong, come up quickly. What are you looking at? Damn, you ran out? Yao Qing saw him in a daze. He followed his gaze and was stunned. Yao Qing saw him in a daze and followed his gaze. Facing such an existence, they did not feel safe even if they were not suppressed. Even if it was dead, they would not be able to shake it. What's more, it had come back to life and looked at them. The martial artist on top of the palace looked at Jiang Chongkong. Jiang Chongkong looked back at him. He did not run. After being targeted by this thing, no one would be able to escape unless they were close to God. Drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. At this moment, Jiang Chongkong was also panicking. He could clearly feel that this guy was staring at him, not Hu Qinglan and the other three. We did not take the second one. Yao Qing's lips trembled as he murmured. After an unknown period of time, the martial artist on top of the palace suddenly raised his hand and waved. What is this? Hu Qinglan was puzzled. Is this a farewell? Should we return the favor? Nan Zhaokong's face twitched. Give me a reply. It's not strange to be polite. You said it yourself. Yao Qing quickly raised his hand and returned the favor. All right, I'll give it a try. Jiang Chongkong raised his right hand and waved, hoping that it was really a farewell. Boom! After waving his hand, the void behind the martial artist suddenly cracked open. The blood palace shook and rushed into the spatial crack with the martial artist. The blood palace disappeared, and the spatial crack was also wiped clean. There was not a trace of blood left, and the world became clear again. What are the 5 of you doing? Where are the others? A confused voice came, alerting the 5. Yao Qing shuddered and looked at the person who had come. She waved her hand and slapped him. And Shanha, can you be quieter? You scared me to death. Hu Qinglan was also shocked. Slap him a few more times. And Shanha, who did I offend? Why did you hit me? And Shanha, go to the worship and arrange a room. Don't let anyone disturb you. Turn off all the surveillance. Immediately, Hu Qinglan said. Yao Qing let go. And Shanha's expression was solemn. Yes, sir. And Shanha left through the air. Hu Qinglan said in a low voice, come to it. Use all your strength. Jiang Chongkong nodded, and an invisible force landed on the 4 of them. Ugh, buffed. Yao Qing and the other 2 vomited blood. Give us some time to prepare and give us some hints. Where do you want to hit? Hu Qinglan said, all right, cut the crap. Chongkong, use this ability in a few months. Say that you comprehended it. Jiang Chongkong nodded. Okay. The 5 of them left together and went to the worship. The black worship, the Sin realm, and the geniuses were all inside. And Shanha prepared a room. After the 5 of them entered, he locked the door. It's safe now. Let's talk. Hu Qinglan sat down and heaved a sigh of relief. Yao Qing and the other 2 collapsed in their chairs. I never want to go there again in my life. It's too scary. I still want to go, but if I do, I have to bring Chongkong. Hu Qinglan looked at Jiang Chongkong. If not for Jiang Chongkong, none of them would have made it out. I don't want to go. Jiang Chongkong lay on the table and said weakly, I was lucky this time. I comprehended the star array in time. The star array you obtained is more useful inside than the inheritances we obtained. Hu Qinglan said, there are so many inheritances. Aren't you tempted, Chongkong? What's the use of being tempted? I've already taken 1 item. If that corpse didn't come back to life, we could have taken more. Jiang Chongkong curled his lips. If that corpse didn't come back to life, he could empty the blood palace. When I killed them before, I used a technique from the inheritances. If I can completely convert it, I can take their lives instantly, Hu Qinglan said. It can absorb vitality and greatly heal injuries. This technique is very powerful. Soon, I'll reach the mid-stage of the star realm. The one we obtained is also very powerful. My initial estimate is that it's even more powerful than the techniques of our clans, Yao Qing and the other three said. Are you trying to make me jealous? Jiang Changkong curled his lips. Without you, we wouldn't have obtained these inheritances. I'm just telling you to look for me when you go to the Void Realm. This is my contact information. Hu Qinglan smiled slightly. If you need anything in the future, just look for the Neng family. Look for the Neng family. Just look for the Neng family. They're too busy. We have free time, Nan Zhaokong said. Jiang Changkong narrowed his eyes. I know what you're up to. You can't take it, but your family can. The four of them laughed dryly and did not refute. Based on their experience, nothing would happen if they listened to Jiang Changkong the whole time. Moreover, even if something happened, Jiang Changkong could come out after changing the star array. Jiang Changkong was like the key to the treasure. With him, they could open the treasure if they found it. Okay, if you can find the palace, I'll go with you again. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly. He also had many unanswered questions in his mind, but he did not think that those people could easily find it. Chapter 265. They were able to find the Scarlet Palace this time because of the Sin domain. The most important point was that the palace did not explode with too much power. Jiang Changkong estimated that the Scarlet Palace itself, other than the problem of the materials, did not have too much terrifying power. What was truly terrifying was the 100 or so near-God corpses. Once those corpses crawled out, no one could guarantee that they could escape unscathed, not even near God. Did you guys notice a problem? The corpse that appeared at the end was a little different. Hu Qinglan said he actually waved goodbye to Changkong. I think he waved goodbye to us, Jiang Changkong said. We don't have that kind of reputation, Yao Qing said. After a pause, her voice became solemn. Don't you guys find it strange? They shouldn't be from Earth. They were all scattered from the stars. Even if they are from Earth, they are not from the current Earth. You're wondering why they waved goodbye. Hu Qinglan's expression also became solemn. One explanation is that they have been here for a long time. Either they are learning, or they are prying into our memories. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, there's no point in discussing these things. Shouldn't you guys express something? I got the near God's inheritance, but what about my benefits? If you guys want to go again, don't you know how to give me some benefits? You've also gained a lot. When you go to the Void Realm, I'll give you a good territory, Yao Qing said. Hu Qinglan thought about it and said, 2 peak level 8 mechas and 3 peak level 7 mechas. I can get them for you. Xie, she said, we can get you some peak level 7 mechas, but not many. Sure. Oh, right, weapon materials. Previously, your juniors promised me to get me low-grade peak level 7 mechas. You guys can upgrade them. Jiang Changkong pondered and said, no matter what, it should be peak level 8 or something. I won't trouble you guys with peak level 9 mechas. You guys can't get them anyway. The strongest Hu Qinglan was only in the early stage of star body. As for counting on the 3 families, they gave him mechas, territory, and peak level 9 mechas? That was impossible. The 3 families were not fools. If it weren't for the fact that they still wanted to go, they could have just left and ignored him. All right, leave your and Jiang Changyue's weapons to us. The 3 of them agreed. Hu Qinglan smiled and said, then I'll do something for you. Wang Ruiqing and the rest don't need to hide. I'll clear their crimes. Thank you. Jiang Changkong cupped his hands. Hu Qinglan was one of the higher-ups of the Federation. It was expected that she had such capabilities. Next, the few of them started to discuss how they should keep the matter of the gods' legacy a secret and not expose it. If the inheritance of a near god were to be exposed, it would cause a huge commotion. Moreover, people were selfish. They all wanted to take it for themselves and did not want to share. He hid the inheritance of the near god, only saying that there was a formation inside and that there were corpses that could move. Jiang Changkong only brought them out after comprehending the array formation. After finishing their conversation, Jiang Changkong left the room. They discussed as they should. Finding the blood-colored palace was what they had to do. Jiang Changkong only needed to wait for them to find it. If possible, he also wanted to bring people in. He did not need the near-god cultivation method, but his friends did. Near-god cultivation methods were the top cultivation methods of the Federation and the treasures of the top forces. Moreover, some of the big forces did not have near-god cultivation methods. If they had top martial artists, they could be called big forces. Near God was the ceiling of earth. Jiang Changkong left the room and came in front of the geniuses. Han Shuai was the first to walk out. Miser, what happened inside? Go ask your mother. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, I came to look for you because I have an official matter. Han Shuai pouted and snorted in dissatisfaction. You just barged into the palace with my mother, and now you're acting like my elder. Nan Wuyang also walked over. Let's listen to Changkong's matter. Everyone pay attention. Sin orders wholesale. Does anyone want to buy? 6th grade star stones, 7th grade star stones, and star crystals are all fine. Jiang Changkong shouted. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Everyone wants face. Think about the rewards for 2nd and 3rd place. The 1st place would definitely be mine. This group of people could forget about it. The harvest this time was really generous. Not only had he stepped into the late stage of Star Embryo, he had also obtained the collection of 19 high-level martial artists. No, it was 21, and there were 2 from the Immortal Palace. The star stones of the Sin domain were also his. This time, he would definitely step into the 8th grade. Han Shuai, I knew it. Nothing good came out of this place. Nan Wuyang was dumbfounded. There was such a thing. You guys, it's too slow to sell them one by one. Directly sell them to the 2nd and 3rd place. You can write promissory notes. Jiang Changkong said calmly. The promissory notes from before are invalid. Don't worry, someone will pay for you. Someone will pay for us. You even cheated high-level martial artists? What exactly happened in the blood-colored palace? Why are only the 5 of you back? It's fine that you came back, but you even helped us pay for the debt? They deeply suspected that Jiang Changkong had done something shameful inside. Don't just stand there. The lowest is 10,000 top grade, 6th grade starstones. Bid. Jiang Changkong looked at the dazed crowd and urged them with dissatisfaction. Everyone, we suddenly don't want to buy any more. What should we do? The 2nd and 3rd places were bought. What face do we have? The prodigies were very depressed, but they didn't buy. Someone else did. I bid 10,000 low-grade, 6th grade star stones for 3rd place. Student Sha Jingma has made a bid. Is there a higher bid? Is there a higher bid? Jiang Changkong looked at the person who made the bid with satisfaction. He knew Sha Jingma, and it was an acquaintance who gave him face. I bid 100 more. I bid 200 more. Hearing the bid, Jiang Changkong looked at Han Shuai. You are prodigies. If you can't get a ranking, how embarrassing will it be? It'll be even more embarrassing. Han Shuai snorted coldly and said, We have our own pride. We will fight for it with our own ability. Nan Wuyang sighed. Leave us some dignity. Jiang Changkong, you rich 2nd-generation heirs don't squander at all. Bad review. Look at Nan Tianpeng's group. Back then, they had even bought a slot to distort the land. In the end, Jiang Changkong's 2 slots didn't sell for a high price. The 3rd place, 25,000 top grade, 6th grade starstones. The 2nd place, 36,000 top grade, 6th grade starstones, and 100 low grade, 7th grade starstones. They were all a bunch of poor people bidding, and the geniuses all turned their heads away arrogantly. They would rather not get it than pay for it. Jiang Changkong's lips twitched. If it was a cultivation technique that was close to God tier, they would definitely bid crazily. It was because the forces behind them were stronger and they didn't care about the rewards. So they didn't bid. Jiang Changkong accepted the IO. When they reached 10,000 Mile City, they would send the star stones to him within 3 days. Han Shuhua sat down beside him. What cultivation level are you at? What exactly happened in the blood-colored palace? Isn't it better to ask your mother? Jiang Changkong said. She told me. Han Shuhua pouted and said, we can be considered friends, right? Tell me about it. Jiang Changkong smiled and flicked her forehead. I'm not telling you. Chapter 266. 10,000 Mile City. The black battleship landed. A group of people jumped off and went home. Jiang Changkong rose into the air and was ready to return to the city. Changkong. 5 light balls flew over and Hu Qinglan's voice came out. Remember to contact me when you go to the Void Realm. Got it. Jiang Changkong waved his hand and said, don't these light balls waste astral power? This is to deduce the stars. Maintaining this state is beneficial to the understanding of astral Tao. Astral form martial artists maintain this state, which is also cultivation. When you reach astral form, I'll teach you. Hu Qinglan smiled. Of course, you can think of it as us being very free and can't compare to a monster like you. After saying that, the 5 light balls rose into the air and left. Jiang Changkong muttered, there's such a benefit? Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. I'll go to the hotel and sleep first. All the sin orders were handed over to Inshanha. First place would not escape. He just needed to find a place to sleep and wait for them to deliver the good stuff. When he returned to the hotel, Yao Meng and Nan Tianpang were still there. Aren't you going home? Jiang Changkong asked. We're waiting for you. Wang Ruiqing and Su Hengji have been sent back to Anding Province. Yao Meng said, I heard that you showed off your power in Sin Realm and got all the benefits. How can you say all the benefits? I didn't make things difficult for your brother and sister. Jiang Changkong said lightly. He exchanged the astral stones with them. None of them were strong. You're tired too. We won't disturb you anymore. You should rest. After saying that, the two returned to their rooms. Jiang Changkong returned to his room. He was not in a hurry to sleep. He had not counted his gains yet. 6th grade astral stones were enough to fill several houses like this. 7th grade astral stones were relatively few, only tens of thousands. 8th grade astral stones, none. There were quite a lot of astral stones, about 100,000 in total. Why aren't there any astral stones? Lin Feng is doing too poorly. Jiang Changkong was a little depressed. The best astral crystal only had 4,000 points of essence, qi, and spirit. According to that calculation, that was the value of a top-tier 8th grade astral stone, corresponding to the peak of astral form. Lower 7th tier star crystals, 2,000 pieces. Mid-grade star crystals, 5,600 pieces. 8,000 high-grade star crystals. Top tier, 10,000. Lower rank 8, 19,000. Mid-grade, 20,000 yuan. Top grade, 30,000 yuan. Top tier, 5,400 yuan. As expected of a group of high-level martial artists. Once this windfall was settled, it would definitely not be a problem for him to directly step into the astral body. In total, it was more than 178 million points of essence, energy, and spirit. This was the most he had ever obtained. Moreover, there was also a pile of star stones. Once everything was settled and he studied the star formation and star text, he would go to the Void Realm to look for that group of high-ranking martial artists. A group of walking spirit, qi, and spirit warehouses. Jiang Changkong started to count his harvest of star stones. However, there were too many star stones, and Jiang Changkong couldn't clear them all in a short time. He could only clean them up one by one and keep putting in new space equipment. Furthermore, he was only going to clear out those at the 6th level. As for those below the 6th level, he was going to collect them all. When the time came, he would throw these useless starstones to Senior Sister and the others. They could use them. He picked out the 6th grade starstones and put them into his space equipment. Just like that, Jiang Changkong counted for 3 days before he finally counted out the starstones. In those 3 days, the major forces paid their debts. 2 top-tier 8th grade mechas, 5 top-tier 7th grade mechas. Hua Qinglan gave 3 top-tier mechas, and the 3 major families gave another 2. High-ranking weapon materials were also given, which was enough to forge the Moon Blade and Sun Blade. In addition to these, Sha Jingma and the others also sent over starstones. The Federation's mystery prize had not been given yet. Wang Ruiqing and the others had returned to their normal identities. Old Lian and the others were excited and went home to see their children. If it was possible, they would bring their families to seek shelter with Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong welcomed this. In any case, there was still space in the Abyss City. Mengjie, do you know where the Martial Arts Academy in Wanli City is? Jiang Changkong found Mengjie and asked. I do. What do you want? Yao Meng asked in confusion. Are you still in the mood to teach your juniors here? No, I have an agreement with the Martial Arts Academy to exchange for starstones. I've gained a lot this time, so I can ask them to exchange for starstones. Jiang Changkong explained. It was easy. He could exchange for starstones directly, saving him time and no fees. It would also save Professor Yin a lot of money. Changkong was diligent and thrifty. Yao Meng twitched the corner of her mouth. You're really stingy. You're already so rich, but you're still so stingy. Can't you be more shameless as a high-level martial artist? It's not like you don't have a research institute. In the end, Yao Meng took him to the Martial Arts Academy. The person who received them was the principal, who is also a high-level martial artist at the peak of the star embryo stage. Cheng Kaisheng, congratulations, congratulations. The principal smiled warmly. It's the Federation's honor to have such a talent like you in the Martial Arts Academy. You're flattering me, principal. Jiang Changkong smiled. Are you here today to teach your juniors, or to teach our teacher? The principal said with a smile, Our year's joke is very good. How about I introduce you to a matchmaker? Ahem. Jiang Changkong coughed lightly and hurriedly said the purpose of his visit. I'm here to exchange for 6th grade starstones. It's troublesome to deal with them, and I need them urgently. Oh, exchange for starstones? No problem. You can exchange for tens of thousands. The principal said generously. Jiang Changkong pondered for a moment and said, A few million. What do you think? The principal. I suspect that you're here to make trouble. Yao Meng couldn't stand it anymore and turned her head to the side. The principal's face darkened. You brought all of them from the sinful realm? Yes, I've counted them. A total of 2,390,000. Jiang Changkong said, If you don't like it, you can exchange for 2 million. No problem. Then I'll exchange them all. The principal waved his hand and said, We still have this much stock, but I'm curious, how did you count them? I counted them, Jiang Changkong said. Puffed. Yao Meng spat out the tea and stared at him blankly. You locked yourself in your room for 3 days just to count how many starstones there are. Yes, I counted them several times. I'm sure it's correct, Jiang Changkong said. The principal sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Don't do this next time. Just put it in front of the machine and scan it. Jiang Changkong, why didn't I think of this? Maybe I was too excited at the time. I won't do this next time. Yao Meng sighed. Miser, you're not called that in vain. Let me count for 3 days, I'll go crazy. The headmaster took the concealing star ring, which stored the starstones, and left to exchange the processed starstones for him. When he left, Jiang Changkong saw the principal sobbing. He guessed that the principal was also laughing. You bunch of stupid mortals. How can you understand the pleasure of watching your essence, chi and spirit grow? That's more than 20 million points of essence, chi and spirit. Adding them up, my essence, chi, and spirit have exceeded 200 million. Soon, the principal sent the processed essence, chi, and spirit over and showed him the machine. It showed that not a single stone was missing. I won't be seeing you out. I still have something to do. The principal closed the door after saying that. Loud laughter came from inside. Jiang Chongkong curled his lips. What a low bar for laughter. Yao Meng sighed softly. I'll get Nan Tianwang to come with you next time. Jiang Chongkong. Right? Are there any martial arts schools in the Void Realm? There should be, right? Chapter 267. As soon as Jiang Chongkong and Yao Meng left the school and Shanha arrived. Chongkong. And Shanha walked over with a smile. Your first prize is out. You have to go there in person. Then let's go. Jiang Chongkong nodded. Mingjie, you go back first. Yao Meng smiled. Go. Tianwang and I will wait for you at the hotel. Let's go. And Shanha led the way and left first. Jiang Chongkong followed him and shuttled through the crowd at an extremely fast speed. The two of them arrived in front of a building, and Shanha led him into the elevator. 5th floor underground? Jiang Chongkong looked at the elevator and asked. Yes. Officer Hui Qinglan wants to see you in person. And Shanha asked curiously, what's in the palace in Sin Realm? Why didn't they say anything? Officer, Hui Qinglan didn't even go to the Void Realm. She stayed behind to personally award you the prize. Nothing. If you're curious, ask Hui Qinglan, Jiang Chongkong said indifferently, and Shanha was a little displeased. Are we still friends? Ding dong. The elevator opened. A basketball-sized green ball of light floated in the air. Hui Qinglan. Jiang Chongkong looked at the green ball of light. Is it that small? Once you reach the astral form, your body will be free. It's just instinct. Hui Qinglan said indifferently. I can't let too many people know that I'm giving you the prize this time. Otherwise, you won't be able to enjoy the envy of the crowd. Tell me what the prize is, Jiang Chongkong said. The green ball of light floated up and down. You can choose one of the two prizes this time. The first choice is an undeveloped wasteland. The 3 families will build a base for you. The second choice is a high-level cosmic relic. Wasteland? You want me to open up Wasteland? Jiang Chongkong frowned. Let me introduce you. Open up Wasteland. In the future, 10% of the profits will go to the Federation, and this wasteland will be yours. You'll be the Lord. It's rich in resources. According to my investigation, there are also large high-level star crystal veins. Hui Qinglan said, you have a lot of star crystals. The Void Realm contains a large number of star crystal veins. There aren't many large ones that can be dug out. The smaller ones are mostly at the 7th star embryo level. There aren't many at the 8th star body level. The star crystals also contain different attributes. Jiang Chongkong pondered. Are there top-level star crystals? Do top-level martial artists use star crystals to cultivate? Top-grade star crystals are extremely rare, but they do exist. However, they're not something that can be produced in our veins. Hui Qinglan explained they are basically controlled by top-notch martial artists. I'm not sure about the specifics. How many large star crystal veins are there in the wasteland? There are at least 2. Wasteland. There. There are. There. You said. High-tier ruins, you. Chong. As. Chong Chin Ching Ching. There, Jiang. Jiang Chongkong Fong I see. Ming. S Yang Jiang. Chen Meng. Lu. Yao Yang Yu. Fong Chong Li, but not now. He had 200 million essence chi. He could definitely reach the star body level. He already had a top-level 8th order weapon. It was not worth it to choose you. And Shanha listened quietly. He couldn't understand why Hui Qinglan, who was at the star realm, would talk to Jiang Changkong in a negotiating tone. The Federation didn't care about a star embryo. Under normal circumstances, they could just throw him into a high-grade ruin. But Hu Qinglan put Jiang Changkong on the same level as her. Wasteland. Jiang Changkong decided. Buzz. A golden token flew out and landed in Jiang Changkong's hand. The number 53 was engraved on it. This is your wasteland token. With it, the wasteland is yours, Hu Qinglan said. Hu Qinglan said, the Federation will not give you any help. You will have to clear the star demons on the wasteland yourself. I understand. Jiang Changkong took the token and said, I want to learn how to turn into a ball of light. There are also some tricks like telepathy. Back in Sin Realm, Kamashwan had telepathically told him not to make a sound. These tricks are useless in front of someone stronger than you. Since you like it, I'll teach you. A green light flew out and disappeared between Jiang Changkong's eyebrows. Jiang Changkong accepted the information in his mind and cupped his hands. Thank you. You're welcome. I'll wait for you in the Void Realm. Come quickly, Hu Qinglan said. Jiang Changkong turned around and left. The Federation would contact him when he went to the Void Realm about the wasteland. And Shanha couldn't help but say, Sir, aren't you being too nice to him? Number 53 has such abundant resources. How many people want it? But the Federation won't let it go. Do what you need to do. Hu Qinglan's voice was cold. This time, she used her power for personal gain and chose a good place for Jiang Changkong. As he walked out of the building, his phone rang. It was a message from Liangqiu Xuani, congratulating him on winning first place. She also told him to contact her if he went to the Void Realm. She would tell him about a small star crystal vein. I'll contact you then. Jiang Changkong replied. A small star crystal vein was worth tens of thousands of star crystals. Although it was not bad, he wasn't particularly tempted at the moment. He had 200 million capital in hand, so he was temporarily confident. Moreover, he planned to learn star language before going. This time he could not understand so many star languages in the Scarlet Palace. The star language in his mind also needed to be translated. Back at the hotel, Jiang Changkong told Yao Meng and Nan Tianwang about the wasteland. When are you going to the Void Realm? Yao Meng asked. Jiang Changkong said, wait for a while. I still have something to do in the Anding province. I'll go after I'm done. All right, I'll contact my family and build the base first. I'll wait for you there, Yao Meng said. I haven't been back for a long time, so I'll take my leave first. Jiang Changkong did not stay any longer. He bade farewell to the two and left right away. After leaving Wanli City, Jiang Changkong directly flew into the air with all his might. White clouds shrouded him as he rode away. Having reached the late stage of the star embryo realm, Jiang Changkong's speed was no longer the same as before. Moreover, the high-level star demon left on Earth were basically at the star embryo realm, so he could ignore them. On the way back, encountering a flying star demon would only earn him 1 star stone. In just half a day, Jiang Changkong had already returned to the abyss. Descending from the air, the abyss was as bright as day. The star power shone brightly, and there was no darkness at all. The current abyss had undergone earth-shattering changes. The underground passage had also been widened, and the stone houses had been replaced with normal houses. However, there were not many warriors. Jiang Changkong directly entered the abyss, his gaze piercing through the void and landing on a towering city. Quite a lot of soil has been scraped off. Jiang Changkong looked at the soil above his head. It had been scraped off for a few hundred meters. The Abyss City could not be compared to Wanli City, nor could it be compared to Ping'an City. However, this was a city that belonged to him. Moreover, there were countless warriors, shops, and even the weakest among them was a star energy warrior. At the center of the city was his residence, the city, Lord Residence. Descending from the air, Jiang Changkong did not do any incognito inspections. Instead, he directly sent a message to his senior sisters. Not long after, his senior sisters appeared. Professor Yin, Wang Ruiqing, and Su Hingji had also arrived. Then it was Principal Yu Bailin, Jiang Haishan, who was guarding this place. City Lord, I heard that you were very awe-inspiring during the trip to Sin Domain. The three senior sisters smiled. Professor Yun bowed slightly. Thank you. Jiang Changkong hurriedly helped Professor Yun up and said with a smile, Teacher, you're treating me like an outsider. I just came back. Who's in charge of cooking? Let's have a meal together? Of course, we'll cook together. Ji Xiling said. What do you want to eat? Grilled star demon? Or something else? Let's talk on the way. Let's go to the city, Lord residence to eat. I'll be in charge of the wine. Su Hengji was full of smiles. It seemed like he had been doing well recently. Chapter 268. A group of people chatted and laughed as they entered the city, Lord's mansion. Many martial artists saw them and took the initiative to make way. That's Jiang Changkong, the city lord of Abyss City. The city lord is back from a large province. I heard that the city lord leveled the Sin Domain. I know about this too. I heard that the city lord came for a low-grade, 6th-grade starstone. For a low-grade, 6th-grade starstone? It can't be. The city lord is interested in low-grade, 6th-grade starstones? TSK, you don't know about this. The city lord had a hard time when he was young. He cherished every starstone. Even if it was a star Chi-grade starstone, he would hold it tightly in his hands. Jiang Changkong couldn't bear listening to this any longer. What nonsense! What complete nonsense! I am the city lord of Abyss City. Why would I care about star Chi-grade starstones? Nonsense! Fortunately, they had arrived at the city lord's mansion. It was a large manor. There were people cleaning it every day. When Jiang Changkong was not around, no one lived in it. It was just cleaned. The interior was well furnished, and there were surveillance cameras in the corners. Ji Xiling said, Why don't we just roast the star demon in the courtyard? Yu Bailin smiled. Sure, we can eat while talking and listen to Changkong's great deeds. Sure, but I did not bring back the star demon's corpse, Jiang Changkong said. How can I let you bring it? There are plenty in the army. Jiang Changhai made a phone call and asked someone to bring it over. Tang Ruashi urged, Changkong, quickly tell us about your time in Sin Domain. Even Professor Wang can't explain it clearly. It's nothing much. I just sparred with the various prodigies, Jiang Changkong began to narrate. Of course, he left some face for the prodigies. He said that a group of prodigies were defeated by him. Just like that, they were already very shocked. Because Jiang Changkong said that a group of prodigies were defeated by him. Wang Ruiqing had a faint smile on her face. It was all fake. The prodigies were scared witless. Who would dare to fight against Jiang Changkong? At the end, Jiang Changkong said that he had broken through. And because the criminals had gone into hiding, the Sin Domain was pacified. The Blood Energy Palace didn't say anything. The group of people listened with yearning. They also wanted to be so powerful, but unfortunately, they weren't. Su Hengji laughed. City Lord is giving face to the various powerhouses. What pity, sparring, City Lord alone can suppress the entire Sin Domain. Jiang Changkong smiled and looked at Su Hengji. This guy's arm had already grown back. Su Xinghe followed Su Xinghe. Professor Yin was also very straightforward. He gave Su Xinghe some medicine and helped him recover his arm. Seeing how agitated he was, Jiang Changkong found it inappropriate to interrupt him. The group of people ate, drank, and bragged. Time passed quickly. They chatted until late at night. Everyone was drunk and lay down in the courtyard to rest. Jiang Changkong crossed his legs. He wasn't drunk. Although the wine was good, it wasn't enough to make a high-level martial artist drunk. Professor Yin and Professor Wang weren't drunk. They went back first. The night passed. The next morning, everyone went their separate ways. They still had work to do. Only he and his two seniors were left in the courtyard. Ji Xiling pulled Yanxue and asked, Changkong, is Budokai still recruiting? Jiang Changkong said, you guys decide. Oh, right. Budokai doesn't have a vice master yet. I'll leave it to you. Logging on to Budokai's official website, he could appoint 2 vice masters. Don't give me one. Give Ruashi one. Ziling, and I will be fine. Ing Yanshua said. Jiang Changkong nodded. He gave one to Ji Ziling and one to Ing Yanshua. Done. Well, we'll recruit based on character. We won't recruit randomly, Ji Ziling said. I'm not worried about you guys. I'm going to learn StarCraft. Are you guys learning? Jiang Changkong asked. Ji Ziling said proudly, we've been learning from Professor Yin while you were away. Jiang Changkong smiled and went to the Research Institute with them. The Research Institute was next to the Castellan's residence, so he could drop by at any time. As soon as he entered the Research Institute, Wang Ruiqing stopped him. Castellan, let's have a chat. Sure. Jiang Changkong followed Wang Ruiqing to a small room and closed the door. Wang Ruiqing poured him a cup of tea. Thank you again, Castellan, for saving us. You're being too polite. Professor Wang asked me to come. Just say what you want, Jiang Changkong said. All right, I'll be straightforward. Wang Ruiqing took a sip of tea and said, Castellan, you'll be going to the Void Realm soon. Little Yin and I are quite familiar with the Void Realm. Jiang Changkong said lightly, you want to go with me? Yes, after I go. I want to investigate the matter of me being framed. I hope Castellan will allow it. Wang Ruiqing nodded and said bluntly, I won't cause trouble for Castellan. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility alone. What happened back then? You were framed? Jiang Changkong frowned. The reason I entered Sin Realm was because a batch of mechs made a mistake. Wang Ruiqing's expression darkened slightly. This caused the Federation's personnel to be killed. At that time, I checked the mechs. Who touched them? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. I had 2 assistants at that time, and they're now professors. Wang Ruiqing sneered. Only they have the authority to touch those mechs, and then the users. The users can only use their own, so it was those 2 assistants. Jiang Changkong took a sip of his tea. If you want to investigate, I don't care, but I have a condition. Please speak. Wang Ruiqing's expression became solemn. Don't be so serious. Jiang Changkong raised his hand and laughed. If you meet anything you can't solve, look for me. This might bring you trouble. Wang Ruiqing's expression changed. There's no trouble, it's decided. Oh, right, you're also a professor. Your skills shouldn't be rusty, right? Jiang Changkong asked. Wang Ruiqing laughed. Of course not. I've never been idle in Sin Realm. That's good. I want a peak 8th level weapon. Tai Yin Blade Sword Solar Blade. Help me forge it, and leave the tip of this sword behind. Jiang Changkong took out the Tai Yin sword and said. Wang Ruiqing said, All right, I'll complete it for you in 10 days. Jiang Changkong passed the materials to him and stood up to leave. There's no rush. I want to stay for a period of time to learn star literature. Entering the secret room, Professor Yin put down the work in his hands and started to teach them star literature. Jiang Changkong also took out the star crystals and asked her to help him process them. This time, Jiang Changkong listened more seriously. Illiteracy was too scary. He did not want to be unable to recognize star literature the next time. While learning, he translated the star literature information in his mind and recorded it in his notebook. Professor Yin occasionally glanced at his notebook and did not say anything. The following days were relatively peaceful. Jiang Changkong would extract a bit of essence, qi, and spirit every day to study the star text. The days were relaxed and comfortable. The star crystals were also processed and extracted, and the stones were placed in the ring. Star crystals were different from star stones. They were used to guide high-level martial artists to cultivate. It would be too shocking to use them all at once. Star crystals could only be used with the same attribute. If used with different attributes, There would be a clash of attributes and the possibility of going the wrong way. In the words of wuxia stories, it would be a qi deviation. Jiang Changkong also took out the mech. If they went to the void realm after some time, they would have a guarantee. Now that he took out the mech, it was to let Professor Yin extract more energy in case he was unprepared and could not use it. He threw all the star stones below the 6th level to Professor Yin and let her extract the energy.